I was doing some complex math problems apparently. Alright, so let's write some things down. This, I still kind of want to do this. I feel like I should be tweeting more. Okay. Yeah, I tried to use the Ergodox over the weekend. Anyway, this doesn't matter. Hey Hideo, hey Lefko. Okay, well, let's upload Botland. It's going to be the same version as before. Hey Casper. Adam is currently uploading Botland, and he'll change this message. Okay. Undefined. There they are. Yeah, so today is going to be a continuation of Friday's work, which was working on database stuff. And I did some time over the weekend to make sure that I'm on track for this, and I think I am. So let's connect to everything. We're not going to push any new versions here. Hey Digite. Hey Digite, are you still having that meal replacement powder? I was just curious about that. And how's my weekend? My weekend was pretty good. I was playing some more of that game, Enter the Gungeon, and other than making a couple of like really stupid mistakes, so at one point I practically beat the game, but I forgot to turn in the items, so I had to do the whole thing again. And at another point, I was trying to access a particular thing, and there's a Hearthstone screenshot. There's a path that you take that there's a platform, and there's a hole in this platform. I didn't realize it was a hole. So I tried walking just from path like the left side to the right side. I just went straight through and I fell down this hole, and I didn't realize it was there. Then I should have gone like that. So those things are kind of annoying. Hi, Mr. Balrog, Baldor, Pawn, EJ. That would have taken me hours to solve. What game is that? I'll link it. It's the game that I was playing a week and a half ago or something. Okay, so now we run this. Cool. Any luck with your Nintendo Switch pre-order? So, I was complaining to pretty much everybody, including the entire internet, about how I can't purchase this thing. And someone in real life told me, they're like, hey, why don't you ask a Nintendo employee? So I did. And he's going to find out today how many he can order and if he can get me one. So yeah, maybe I'll be able to get one after all. Hey, Freak Technique. Okay, cool. What did you say? Yeah, so in general, this stuff's not gonna happen. This is just before uploading the game again. Hey, Liquid or Ham, Perry. Must be nice to know people. One of the things I was saying is the Microsoft campus is, let me think about this, like a mile and a half from the Nintendo campus. Not that that's how I met the Nintendo employee that I know. We actually met back in college. But yeah, there's a lot of tech companies over here. Do you have a Tesco? Everyone forgets about Tesco here, and that's how my friend just got one. I don't think so. I've heard of that store. But yeah, I don't think so. Nice mic mount screw in the keyboard picture. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. Like, something got moved. And I don't know what. I can't move the... Oh, there we go. Alright, I'll just push this monitor farther over. That kind of works. Now it's just in the other camera. Anyway, Monday, we gotta do a bunch of stuff. None of these things look like they're finishing. Which either means the Snopia machine's down or this is just taking a long time. Oh, no, it's just taking a long time. So Monday, update to do, file away old to do items, finish database work. She didn't rage in Hearthstone. It's still taking its sweet time. That was definitely weird. Okay, I think that's that. The game should eventually be online. Oh, that's pretty great, Liquidor. Okay, so updated today's to-do list. So Adam is currently taking care of some administrative tasks, like cleaning up his to-do list. Then he'll update this again. Look at this granularity. Why do you have this picture saved, DJ? Look at this stupid look on my face. This is a great picture. I drew this one. Accurate graph. Yeah, that's how I felt at the time. Actually, that's how I felt a lot of the time, which is why I drew it. All right, so Friday. Yeah, at some point we're gonna need to test out sounds. I need to do this. I just don't know when. You have a library of all the ones you took? What have you just unleashed on the stream, EJ? Yeah, so this is what was supposed to go here, and I think... Oh, man. I'm pretty sure this is a duplicate task from above. Alright, well, let's make the new roadmap to do. You know the drill. And if you don't, well, you're going to find out what the drill is right now. We take all of these items and we move them. Yeah, and Perry, I considered that as my life's work. Yeah, well, the last one EJ shared, what is it, this one? Kisses, yeah, this. I wasn't even making a kissy face. I was going, ooh, that was it. He took a picture. These are the kinds of things that are going to prevent me from getting hired in the future at a reputable gaming company like Xtonomous LLC, which, let me just say, they're putting themselves on the map right now. They might as well be the cartographers. Alright, I don't want to clean all this up, but it's necessary. So let's take the largest blocks out of here. So we just copy paste from here to about here. You know you've made it when you have your own personal troll. I do not think that is a metric for having made it. Most people don't say, My definition of success is to have someone bothering me all day. Hey, Walshy. Hey, those boat puns were top notch. Oh man. Why do you keep EJ around? Hey man, he needs a caretaker. Someone's got to feed him. I mean, I feel bad if he just didn't get any light or water. He's like a plant. Alright. And now we copy paste all this stuff up there, and then we're done. Hours of time. I mean, maybe hours. I definitely appreciate the work. Apparently not 10 points appreciate. Hey, Linux. It's strange when operating systems start talking to me. Okay. So I think we're good now. Everything on this list should be something that's dark gray. Yeah, so this is all the stuff that got done last week. Pretty good. So let's take a look. We have 3,000 lines, and now we archive this, and now we have 2,800 lines. See, we're slowly removing things from here. Alright, well that's done. The game should also be online. Let's go take a look. Hey, cool. I had 822 Botcoin on Friday morning, and I worked my way up to 830 with this new system. People failed to defeat me. Huh. Okay, then Hankdome. Missiles reflect and shield. Man, these bots are crazy. Then Liquidor shows everyone how it's done by beating me. But yeah, this is probably better for win ratios. In fact, I should check those out. What do I even... I signed in so that I could test whether this is working. And it's not. So that's too bad. New graphics since you last watched? Yeah, I don't remember exactly when that was. I guess I could check our Twitter conversation for when it was. Probably a few months ago. So yeah, there probably has been something new. Hey, Hideo. Oh, wait. You're not saying hi to me. I guess that's what the hey guys emote was for earlier. Sometimes I forget. Okay, so there are two problems here. One is the game server isn't online, and two is I need to look into win ratios again. And then probably reset them. I'm not positive about the resetting them part, but let's see, did a game server even start up? It did. So what's going on with this thing? Hey, Jew. I tried looking at this last login message thing, by the way. I couldn't figure out how to stop SSH from saying where you last logged in from. Hey, Soul Sorcerers. How's your computer doing? Are you on your way to getting a new one? Probably shouldn't have done what I just did. Yeah, like I said, I could just check Twitter and find out when that was Freak Technic, but anyway, like I said, it's probably a couple months ago. All right, so last time I was frustrated with this, it just it just worked after I connected. PM2 logs lines 500. We should see something about Ansible in here. Really need to fix this. What? Uh-oh. You triggered an unhandled rejection. You may have forgotten to catch a promise rejection. Whoa. This did start running Ansible though. But yeah, it never finished. Or maybe that's what the internal server error was. Because it looks like nothing's happening now. Hey, Shabbat. Oh, interesting, Hideo. Okay, I'll take a look at that later. Because, yeah, I was looking at this up online. I couldn't find it. They sent the motherboard to the manufacturer 2 weeks ago. Still waiting. Oh, man. That's rough. Okay, well, we'll just do this. The whole phone home thing. Do our best DT impression. There. So what that did is it told the overseer that, hey, you need to run Ansible again. And everything else should just work, hopefully. Nate Goody, why don't you get a muffin today? That should be your daily goal. You have 64 gigabytes of RAM, Soul Sorcerers? Why do you even need that much? Alright, let's run these commands. I want to figure out what the win ratios are for everybody. Server OS is... Uh-oh, what happened here? It's Debian. What did happen here? Oh, right, I'm not in MySQL. I'm trying to run a MySQL command from the terminal. That's not how MySQL works. Okay, so let's just copy paste all of this. The top are attackers and the bottom are defenders. So these are attackers and these are defenders. And I'm going to upload this information for you guys to see too. Alright, so one of the things that we need to look at here is defender win ratio. Is it better than it used to be? Actually, this is not a good way to tell. So people like Casper are bringing the win ratio down. But is Casper's defense bad? Is it using the most bots? As many bots as it can? Select ID name from users where name like Casper. 3. Why am I on defenders but not attackers? Not played in about a week. So you're not on attackers because you haven't played in a week, and I reset the game, or I reset the database for that like on Wednesday or Thursday probably. And you're on defenders because you had a valid defense and people were attacking you. So select serialized defense from users where ID equals 3. So this is Casper's defense. What was that? Alright, Casper has 9 bots. How many bots can Casper have? This is like a terrible math problem. Level 3. And at level 3, you are allowed to have 10 bots. So no, Casper's defense is not a good indication of this. So one of the things that I'd noticed, and who knows how many of these people have the right amount of bots, But one of the things I noticed is the amount of win ratios that were 1 or higher was way fewer than the ones that were less than 1. So now how many do we have? We have 30 that are less than 1, and we have 18 that are higher than 1, or 1. But some of the ones that are less than 1 don't really count. So this is probably better balancing than what we had originally. Am I the only one who can hear that squeak sound? I'm not sure what squeak sound you're talking about. If it's my chair, then no, everyone can probably hear that. Alright. Well, we definitely have to keep an eye on these still. And let's see. The attackers who are playing... A lot of the attackers are playing many matches. And that's probably what's making them better at the game to the point where they win more. Oh, no, Casper, that's totally fine. Also, hi, double T's. I didn't say that. Maybe check percentage instead of numbers. These are the percentages, if that's what you're talking about. Oh, bother. Fine. I will add this to the list of crazy images you've made. Hey, Echo. Good morning. Yeah, well, I wanted to take a look at this. Now you guys have that data too. It's in that B paste. We'll have to keep an eye on that still. So next up is the game server online. Yes. Cool. Yeah, so Botland's up and running. We can close out of this stuff. Hey, J Bugsy. Bob Ross won't talk to you. Adam will talk to you. So Adam is finishing up the database refactor from Friday. He originally just wanted some minor functionality, but Liquidor convinced him to redo everything that is even slightly bad about his database setup. Play Botland here. Well, let's link to this. There. Anyhow, Extreme. And hey, Monatic Bind. Why are you unsubscribed? You have a sub icon for me. How many lines of code are we at now? Let's check. We are at 40,000. As of now. There we go. Okay, so finished database work. Let's go do it. What Liquidor? It's showing for me. Welcome back, Nate Goody. Thanks for resubbing. I can send you a muffin with that kind of money. That's right. Oh no, it's just been long enough, Soul Sorcerers, since I checked the last time. When was that? January 24th. Yeah, it's been almost a month. Yeah, Liquidor, try reinstalling Better Twitch TV maybe. Okay. So the last thing I left off with was clean up the current commit. It's in pretty bad shape. Yeah. And at some point, hey Spurman, it would really help me out to probably restructure all of my repositories and modules. No, Echo, I haven't yet. When I order them, I try to order the most economically as possible, so I end up getting the 500 assorted pack. So there are 10 different flavors for 50 each. And I did the math on this the other day, and it's still the cheapest. Okay, yeah, we gotta check this in. So cleaning all of this up, things like this, man. I didn't even finish this commit though. How does this work? Huh. Because the way I used to have this, oh, I never really tested this though. Anyway, we can delete this. Honey sticks? You were in here, I think, Bother, during the honey stick era. Let me show you. No, Echo, you really don't need to do that. I will eventually buy them. Really, it's okay. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Okay. Game versions table is just a way to normalize game version. Yep. Okay, so this script is finally looking good, I think. Yeah. Yeah, the watermelon is in that sample pack. You can also just buy individual flavors if you wanted to. I wonder if I should change this around. I think I'm making indexes on things that don't need to be indexes. This is not one of those cases. This, I think, is a reasonable index. But then again, what do I know? Won't a barrel of honey be cheaper than a long run? Well, but then it won't be flavored. Actually, honey sticks don't really do that, Digite. That's like Captain Crunch that does that. Wait, this is a different burger. Huh. The bread looks pretty good. But other than that, your picture quality is kind of bad, so it's hard to tell. And it looks like there's a twist tie or something on your keyboard. What is that? EJ. Alright, yeah, so one of the other things I want to write down here is make sure I'm not making indexes out of all foreign keys unless I'm actually looking up using those indexes. Oh, that's a reflection. No, I never played that game. That came as a CD inside of the cereal box, right? Man, it's so old looking. Can you imagine telling the developers of this game that in the future someone will be able to throw this together with like drag and drop interfaces in probably about 20 minutes? Probably took them a very long time to make this. Thank goodness. 13.531. Echo, I actually have a bunch of pictures like that, although I never asked for people's permission to share them, so I probably just won't share them now. But yeah, people have done this at various times, including Spurtman, who always included his favorite flavor of Lay's, which is crab flavor. Never had those chips. Okay. So yeah, back to cleaning up the commit. So this part's fine. Let's slowly work our way through here. Yeah, this needs to be changed. So we'll just consolidate this entire comment into this one and change this too. There. Hey, Motor Palma. Yeah, that's how I feel about database stuff too. There's a lot here that definitely needs to change. So one of the things I need to write, set current game version and what else do we have here? Yeah, the rest of this looks fine. Game version database ID. This is being used. There is one place where it's not being used yet. But how hard would it be to fix that? What is this? Yeah, account server main. Where we deserialize the game version. Hey, Matthew W. Good day to you too. Turn resp.body. Okay, that's fine. This game version depot just needs to go away everywhere. Is nil. I need to think of how this gets serialized. Set current game version. Set current game version in server.js. Yeah. Get defense. Okay. Okay. Yeah, looks good. I don't know what I just saved. And then finally the game version class. Great. So start normalizing game versions. This code isn't complete yet. There's a lot of outstanding work to be done. But this is a decent enough stopping point. Well, decent enough commit point. Yeah, there. Okay, so there's about half of it. Now for the other part. Hey, Yellow League. I saw you trying to type commands for my bot on Saturday, Yellow League, and I don't have my bot online while I'm not online. Just want to let you know. Okay, what else needs to be checked in here? Got him, Hideo. Got him. All right, overseer and infra test. Infra test. I don't know why this changed. Oh, who cares? Well, I actually should probably care, huh? Yeah. Yeah. So version, where do we use this? Nowhere. Just nowhere. I guess we could check this in. Set expected game server version. So to do register game server takes in a string version, but this particular function now takes in a game version class. I never updated this code. so it'll probably break. Did I just say you tried to hack botland? No. I was saying that you can't run commands on Saturday because my bot isn't online. I hate the Chromium. Yeah, Nate Goody, it's okay. I already made a few purchases. So yeah, you can revoke that information now. Alright. Add a comment clarifying a to-do item. Alright, next up is the overseer. Cool. Throw error. Yeah. Okay, so the database wrapper over here. Get most recent game version is being used, but get most recent game versions is not being used. I'm gonna have to delete that. Oh, it's gonna take forever, isn't it? So game version depot isn't needed, which means this isn't needed. Initialize game version calls into this. So yeah, I don't think we need this other function. Unfortunately, find results is taking so long. When's the muffin coming? Oh, I had it ordered to your place. Don't ask how I know your address. I got it from your social security number. Alright, well, this is doing nothing. Or, well, it looks like it's doing nothing. It's probably, yeah. My hard drive is at 95%. 100%. It's all coming from Sublime. I don't know if there's any way to show that. Oh yeah, it'd be in Resource Monitor. I don't really care. Well, maybe we can just delete this anyway. Yeah, probably. Cool. Cool. All right, thanks, Nate Goody. Yeah, that'd be helpful. Hey, Jess HD. I swear the stream is a few seconds behind the chat here in my place. You wrote about the mentioned thing 5 seconds before you clearly wrote it on stream. Yeah, that's normal. As you're watching a Twitch stream, you have a little settings gear icon on the window. It looks like this settings gear. If you click that, you can look at stats, and the stats will tell you what your latency to the broadcaster is. Is this finally done? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, this function was never used. What else do we have here? This is fine, this is fine. Oh goody, Landscaping Mondays are back. So you guys are going to hear landscaping noises for the next however long. Yeah, this function we can get rid of. Alright, I'm going to try to mute the microphone as much as possible when I'm not talking, so that you don't hear that. Yeah, it's now right outside my door. Yeah, it's probably not that bad, but still, it's just white noise. So add game version, is that used anywhere? Hey, my uncle. I don't think this is used anywhere anymore. Oh, get or add uses it. Okay, fine. This will also handle... No, this is a bad idea. What's happening with the noise? There are landscapers outside for this place. The last time this came up, EJ poorly photoshopped me into a mansion and thought they're like our personal landscapers. They're not. They're for the whole community. Charging up for takeoff. Are you using XAMPP? No, I'm not. There is no PHP in my setup. Or Apache. And I don't know what the X is for in XAMPP. What is the X? Oh, cross-platform. Yeah, I guess that's true. But yeah, no Apache, no PHP, no Perl. Technically not MariaDB, although as far as I know, that's just a drop-in replacement for MySQL. Yeah. Oh, my uncle. Thanks for subbing. You're now the newest viewbot. Break his machine and give him a pair of scissors. And yeah, Casper, it's the least I can do. Okay, let's continue to look through this. So this one was fine. This one's fine. These, I guess, are fine. It's where they get called, but I need to be careful about this. Okay. Set expected game server version. Then share with the account servers. There's an extra line here. When running locally. Yeah, my uncle, I don't know. I need to fix this. I should do this on Thursday. Update Phantom Bot. But yeah, there's a problem with that. What time is lunch today? I don't know. Probably about 2.5 hours from now. How did you sort out the overseer and account server both using game versions? I just duplicated the code for now. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that in the right way without either making a new repo or looking into this thing that Syntonic suggested. Lerna. Hey, J. Louise. I'm doing well. How are you doing? And hey, the original Pepper. Are you still using reverse proxy servers in front of web servers? The only thing that's in front of the web servers are the load balancer. So I guess technically I don't know what you consider a reverse proxy to be. Yeah, my uncle. Well, the databases aren't totally in order yet. There's still a lot to fix there. But we'll get there today. I think it'll take today. Depends on if I get to those Lerna things too. Hey, Skynet. So register account server needs to change too? Yeah. The AI is made with HTML? No, that's JavaScript. Pretty much everything's written in JavaScript for this project. Alright, looks good. Overseer state. Set expected game server version. Okay, good. What else do we have? This, that's fine, and then this. Yeah. I missed most of the end of last week. What are you working on with the database? I will tell you in just a sec. Okay, so set up foundation for database changes. I'm in the process of refactoring the data, many different aspects of the database. This one this commit in particular starts to normalize game versions. Also, critical errors now close the process when running locally since emails can't be sent out. This way I know for sure when there are critical errors. I can try to fix them. Alright. So, Casper, I'll explain everything. So first, let me explain this part here. Over the weekend, I was trying to work on what I'll eventually answer to your first question. And in the process, I was having trouble setting up a migration file. It basically just said something like failure detected or something. You know, some like not very helpful error message. And EJ gave me a command that lets me know the whole error log of the database. And that very quickly told me something like, you're trying to set a null column where it's not allowed. Something along those lines. And then I fixed my problem in like 2 seconds. So EJ tried taking credit for all of Botland because of that. Hey, Drotten. Did you have a link that described how your server and database were set up? Yeah, kind of. Oh, there. Hideo linked it. Okay, cool. Thanks, Hideo. One issue out of many, matches and replays being purged, forcing admin to create other tables to track and store data. Yeah, okay, so Liquidor's kind of trying to address the first question there. There are a bunch of issues that I wanted to work on with the database. How it started originally. Hey, just Fedry. And Mononcle, I don't know if I have a favorite programming language. It's usually whatever I'm using at the time, JavaScript. So Casper, what this started out as was I thought it would be a good idea to know exactly how much money each person is getting in the game every day. And so in order to do that, I came up with a table idea called just Delta Botcoin. And it would have a user ID, a date, a source of the money, and then the amount that changed, a delta. And we talked about this for a little while, and then we realized, you know what, this is probably not the best way to store things. Not entirely. This is good for metrics. But then there's something else I wanted to do, which is I changed the design. And by the way, I'm only going to talk about this once. So I changed the design of how you earn Botcoin as a defender. It used to be, and I'll link this in, it used to be that you could lose money as a defender. But people were pretty upset about that. So I changed it to this system, which is described here in the thing I just linked in. Basically, the way that it works now is every time you win, you get money. And your bonus money that you get the next time goes up. So you win once, you get 1 Botcoin. You win the next time, you get 2. You win the next time, you get 3, and so on and so forth. While every time you lose, you don't lose money now, but your bonus goes down. So if you won 5 matches in a row, you'd be getting 5 Botcoin, and then 6 Botcoin, and then 7, and then 8, and then 9. Every time you lose, that'll go 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But you're not actually losing money. It's just the bonus that you're losing out on. So win streaks help. And actually, it's not really win streaks. It's just you need to have more wins than losses, really. So this is all described here, though. And in order to get this to work, you need to know when you log in, hey, how much money did I get over the last day? And that's where I thought, you know what, this table won't really tell you how much you got from just defenses. So I needed to refactor pretty much everything. So that's the long story. And yeah, J. Louise, I think Node.js will be a bit different at first, but just keep at it and always feel free to ask questions in chat here. And hey, Andorn. Okay. So make sure the game server version is replicated. The other thing is I need to make sure it's just being used everywhere. There's one other spot where it's not used. It's set to do change. Here it is. And this is in save game results. So we just need to take in game version DB ID and then change to do change to that. And then everywhere we call save game results, we need to pass in this new thing. And there are only two locations. One is when a game is done, and one is when a game is forfeited. Okay, so forfeit game is the first one. We just paste this here. And this is the other one. Okay, we should try this out. Wait, what did I ignore? Adam, can you use Sublime for C++? I searched it up on the internet, but it didn't directly address how to set it up. Do you have an answer? If not, just forget I ever asked this. Yeah, sorry. So y'all, occasionally I miss chat messages, definitely. So Sublime is just a text editor. Sublime can edit any text you want, including C++. What you probably expect out of Sublime being for C++ is compilation and possibly running. And Sublime doesn't compile your code, but it can call into a compiler for you. So Sublime has what are called build systems that you can trigger with Control B. For C++, it's set to probably G++ by default, I think. So what you would do typically... Oh, welcome back, Adne. Thanks for resubbing. So typically what you would do here, Yala, is you would write out your C++ code, you'd build it, and then you'd have something that runs it too. So yeah, Sublime can do that stuff for you, but it's not Sublime that's doing it really. It's just calling into other processes. All right, let me see. Node.js. Yeah. Hey, Void Dreamer. Need a botland.github.io page for Botland, maybe for bot scripts and whatnot. Make it a priority. So we have the subreddit for that. Hey, dig down deep. Botland, or no, not Botland. Reddit.com/r/botland scripts. That's the subreddit. There's nothing here now, but there you go. And hit slap, you haven't been ignored every time. Usually I say like, good, I'm doing fine. I think I'm almost at the point where I won't be able to just respond to everybody in chat. Man, with all the subs, Super Jumbo James, thank you too. You and Adne are the newest ones. Yeah, so I was just saying, I think I'm almost at the point where I won't be able to talk to everyone individually in chat. Because if you think about it, people come in throughout the day and they say like, oh, hey, Adam, how's it going? And even just saying like, hey, whomever, it's going great. That builds up over the course of the day because there are, several hundred people who come in here throughout the day. Man, we have a crazy like subscriber to chatter ratio though. Maybe it's just a morning thing. Okay, Hitch Slab, here, I'll make up for it by telling you a short story. So I was walking back home from the gym the other day, and I thought, what if someone, okay, so I'm not of the level of popularity where I could ever be recognized in public. But I thought, what if someone came up to me and they acted like they were from the stream? So they're like, oh yeah, hey, I'm Hitch Slap. It's good to see you. And I'm like, no, Hitch Slap moved away from Seattle, right? So I should be like, whoa, what are the numbers after your name? And then if they couldn't come up with 11, then I know that they're not you. These are those little scenarios you play out that'll just never happen. That's it. That's my thought. That hopefully makes up for everything. Enhance your bot to respond to them. Modders to shatters is kind of low though. Yeah, but I mean, look at chat right now. There's like a sub icon next to almost everybody's name. Feels good. Thanks for all the support. Okay, so this should be done. Adding numbers to your name? Well, no, I thought, what if someone came up to you and they were just like trying to build credibility with you? So they said, yeah, I'm in your stream because they knew that you were a streamer. What if you carried your phone around with you and you're like, okay, what's your name? And you look up the name, and if it doesn't have at least like 10 hours in chat, they just walk away from them in real life. Don't they randomly stop you and say, hey, Jeff? And Doran, if you came, I know what you look like from the picture you took with Programmer D and Wouter. So I would just say, hey, Endorn. Actually, I know your name too. Then I'd show you your own GitHub page. I'd point out a mistake in your code bases. Okay. So we need to test this out. When you save a game, just to get the right game version in it, let's go restart everything and try this out. So drop database, botland. You give me a hug. I think I guilted itch slapped in his stomach. Well, welcome nonetheless. Yeah, this morning's been a great morning for subs. Let me just say that. We are slowly approaching the record max I've had. Thanks for the story. Hey, Alvers. Well, I think Wouter tweeted about it, Endorn. I don't even think you had to send it to me. He just sent it to the whole world. I just pulled some kind of psychology thing to fool him into something. At 100 yet? No, it's not. The highest I think I've ever been was 102. It is at 95 right now. So we're 7 away from that, which, again, there's no, like, I'm not doing anything when we hit that number. That stuff's not happening. Okay, let's test this out. So we recreated everything. We need to go restart everything. And then I need to make sure that this is all working, of course. Yeah, 95. Hey, Sentius. Your first emote. Okay, so here's what we gotta test. When we finish a game and when we forfeit a game, both of those should put the right game version into the database for what, replays? Yeah, replays. Oh yeah, what am I doing here? Let's get back in shape. There. Can't forget that. I gotta pander to the Twitch crowd. Okay, so all this started up. We should have a game version in here now. Use database. Use botland? Why do I not remember? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we have a game version. Somehow this is 0.0.4. I was probably modifying this manually. Now we need to go finish a game. Also, I should keep analytics up. Let me go find that. Real-time overview. Yeah, it says very few people are playing botland right now. That's about what I expected, at least until I do something here that makes it more desirable to play. Okay, so we have that now. We attack them. Step number 1 is to just hit commence. Now we should have select star from defense copies. We should have the number 1 saved in here. Where is it? Game version 1. Yeah, there we go. So that's good. And then when we finish the game, it should be set 2. I read in your FAQ that you want to stream until the game is ready for production. Will you continue streaming while improving and adding features? I'd love to, yes. I can't promise that I'll do that. It all depends on what's going on at the time. I thought you were going to nuke it, so it didn't play. Yeah, I will nuke it. Yeah. And that'll probably happen tomorrow. What was I going to say? What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So one of the things I'm in the process of doing right now is hiring a sound designer. And I kind of told you guys about this. He actually dropped into the stream the other day. Let me see if he's... I don't think he's here now. But yeah, he dropped in the stream the other day. He'll be in charge of the sound effects. And then for music, I can't afford music, so I am going to get royalty-free music probably. But yeah, it'll be a very different game once we've done all that. So at some point this week, I've got to test out what can I do technically with sounds. I'm should be pretty easy. It should just be playing them and playing music, and that's it. So we'll have one stream where we've got something playing through the speakers other than just the sub sound. You're an Amazon Prime student. Huh. That account. Huh. Did they give you Twitch Prime for that? Okay, so we got to just finish this matchup. We'll just let these bots march to their deaths. And now, ideally, if we do select star from replays, or really just select game version from replays, this should be set to 1 as well. Perfect. Okay, next, we do the same thing, but we hit forfeit. And perfect. Okay, then we upgrade and we try again. Echo, yeah, I'll just send you this whisper. That, yeah, I'll write this down. But there are some things I'd want to talk about there. Hey, Sound of Gaming and Syntonic. In general, it's exclusivity and just general fit for botland. So yeah, I'll write it down. Since I know Adam likes pancakes. I mean, I do like pancakes, but I think everybody likes pancakes, right? You only get one channel subscription in total during a no-cost trial. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's actually very interesting. And Pawn, yeah, I know. You'll eventually have that, I hope. Okay, so let's do this. Upgrade the game version and make sure 2 gets stored. Oh, Jacko's not a big fan of pancakes. Well, pancakes and waffles, they're basically the same thing. Okay. So here's what we do. Step 1, close this down. Step 2, set the expected game version to 0.0.5. So we hit send. Now the account server should be updated automatically. Yep. Updating game version from 0.0.4 to 0.0.5. Now the next game server we start up has to be of version 0.0.5. So we've got to go trick this thing into thinking it's one version higher. So we set this to 0.0.5. Now I start this up again. And then we play out a couple games and we make sure that gets stored. So first, let's just forfeit because that's super fast. And this should save 2 to the database. Let's go take a look. Yeah, perfect. And then we play out a match and it should also save 2. I can't imagine why this wouldn't work, but let's try it anyway. Yep, there it is. 1122. Ah, great. Why don't you do both Yalla League and Hey Video Gaming? Man, I'm kind of excited for Valentine's Day. My wife set something up with a lot of our friends, so we're going to watch, for some reason, Groundhog Day. Not totally sure why, but we're going to watch Groundhog Day, and we're going to get pizza. Is Groundhog Day typically associated with Valentine's Day for some reason? That's true, Hitch Slap. Also, waffles retain fruits better. Alright, so this worked. So I just need to check this in. Well, in Dorn, you could still order pizza. No one's alone if they have pizza. Oh, really, Syntonic? Did you get your money back? Hmm. I wonder what else Syntonic's trying to do. Maybe it's her way of saying you do the same thing every year. She wants to make that happen. Did you hear about Steam Greenlight being removed? Yeah. Yeah, so I think I did hear about this, and I think one of the things that people are focusing on a lot is this upper bound that Valve has mentioned, $5,000. And to be honest, I wonder if Valve said that just to make this news spread faster and see what people's opinions are, knowing that they'd focus on either extreme. I don't think many people have a problem with $100. I did read some arguments on the internet about this, and they said if you live in a third world country and you're an indie developer, that $100 is however many months of work to do. Okay, fine, that's fair. But there's a problem with Steam right now, which is that there's a lot of shovelware and malware being uploaded, and there's nothing done to curb that really, and they can't curate their library. So, all right, I think $5,000 is ridiculous. I think that $100 is pretty fair. I think that something along the lines of $200 or $300 is still kind of fair. So I'm hoping it's not going to be more than about 300. But the other thing that they mentioned is that you could potentially recoup some of these costs. I don't know how true that is, but let's say it cost 300 and then your game made the 300 back, so you just got that money and the 300 that you made. That's not so bad. So I'm not sure how it'll play out, but I yeah, we'll have to see how it works. Also, I don't think Valve would ever do something that would tank their system. So if they do this and they realize that they're losing new games, then they'll probably reverse it. Oh, they refunded you? Good, Syntonic. Okay. That was not the moment to go silent, chat. What is Steam Greenlight? Greenlight is a process on Steam where you can get a game added to the platform. That's pretty much it. And the way that I guess it works now, and I don't know too much about this, but it's very vote based, and so they're going to be changing that. I can't see how that's going to remove bad games. I yeah, I I don't want to comment on this too much because I haven't fully read it all. This was all just little snippets I learned on the internet. What I assume is just putting a pay barrier will help out a lot. Okay, so I think we're done with this part. Use game version properly in the replays table. Except that this isn't entirely correct, is it? Because this needs to be... Yeah, no, this is wrong. It needs to be done just like this one was. I don't think they're gonna do that, EJ. That's what I was saying. I think that was just to generate some buzz around it. I think they might have considered that at some point, but I don't think they're actually gonna go with a $5,000 fee. Replays will likely be invalidated when the saved game version. This will be made into a foreign key later. Yep. So we need to go do the foreign key part of this. So we just copy paste this, put a semicolon there, and then this turns into replays. Now, if you set up a foreign key like this, does it give it a name for you? I don't know how that works. Yeah, you can't say what the name of the foreign key is, but hopefully it's a... I think I looked at the outputted name of it. I think it's fine. Actually, you know what? We don't even have to do that. We can just do this. We can say show create... Oh, whoops. What am I doing? Show create replays. No, not replays. Defense copies. Show create table. There we go. Constraint. Yeah, they automatically put foreign into the name. So that's good. Yeah. No, but Hideo, I mean, imagine if they said, and again, this is just for example's sake. Imagine if they said, "Hey, we're going to charge $100,000 for you to put your game on Steam." that would probably cut down on the amount of people who make bad games. It would also cut down on the amount of people who make good games, but I think it would definitely block out the people who are like, I have no chance of recouping $100,000. But if you make a good game, and again, I know $100,000, again, just for example's sake, I know that's crazy. But if you made a good game and you had a chance of making that back, you'd still release it. So I think that's the logic behind it, at least. Yeah, I wonder how costly DMCA takedowns actually are. Okay, so unfortunately this thing that I just tested is not a totally valid test. We need to drop the database again. Drop database botland, recreate the database, use botland, and that's pretty much it. Right, then at this point I restart this and I test it out again. So this is going to create a game version set there. Except for no, it won't. I need to restart this. I need to restart everything. Okay. Good. Version 5. Version 5. Perfect. So we just go attack. And... oh, right. I wiped out the database, so there's no one to attack. Okay. Well, first we make a defense. And then we attack that defense. And we just say forfeit. And if this doesn't totally break on us, then I think we're okay. So select game version. Perfect. Okay, yeah, that's working. Great. Hey, Donches. Bro Sam, that might just be a form letter or something. An automated response. So previously I was storing game version as a string instead of normalizing it. And I was saving to do change instead of the actual game version. Alright, and I think this stuff is fine. Let's go check it out. I don't think they were malware. All of the complaints I heard about No Man's Sky had to do with false advertising, really. And again, I don't even know if that's true, but I never heard anything about malware there. So now replication. I don't actually think this is what needs to be done next. I think it's this stuff. Now, we could get totally sidetracked today by that thing that Syntonic sent on Friday, Lerna. I'm still debating on whether I want to incorporate that now or whether I'm okay with just having duplicated code or what. No Man's Sky is a masterpiece. Wow, Syntonic. People do anything for pizza. And Chrome dinosaur sweaters. Okay, so refactor game version so it can have null members as opposed to it having to be null. Then clarified all comments everywhere. Oh, won't this be fun? This is actually a very good reason to start with the Lerna stuff. Just duplicate code, fix it after beta. I can't tell if you're being serious. And Iden Jacko, I'm using Postman, but I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're talking about. Also, this is multi-platform. I suppose this can be done regardless. Let's start with that. So, deserialize. The serialized version should be able to have this be null. Yeah? You are being serious? Okay. Did you order spiders in darkness on the pizza toppings? Yes, I would like there to be an absence of light instead of the pepperoni. Well, there is already duplicated code. Like, I copy pasted this stuff, And the only reason I copy pasted this is because I didn't want to set up a repository for this. And yeah, Lerna would help with that. Maybe that's why the pizza delivery driver couldn't find it. The pizza was emitting darkness in a world where physics is not followed. All right, so I think it's worth writing here. A game version consists of a string representation, e.g. 1.2.3, and the corresponding database ID for storing versions in the normalized way. Man, I think the landscaper has it out for me. Alright, I'll keep the microphone on still. So rather than have a null game version, you should... This class can have null members so that you don't need a null game version. Yeah. They'll be coming to cut my hair soon, just with a lawnmower. Be very careful. Make a puzzle that you get the parts from attacks randomly, and at the end, you get sprites that are not in store at botland. So, Numers, any sort of single-player puzzle is a copy-pastable problem again. This is the typical, like, I don't think botland can really have a single-player mode that has any meaningful rewards because you can copy-paste strategies. And also, I don't think that's necessarily solving an issue. Alright. So we'll allow these things to be null. And then the rest of this class just works totally fine. There we go. Do you ever have trouble with CTS? I'm writing a lot of code daily, and I feel my joints aren't so happy with that. What is CTS? I'm assuming it's some kind of repetitive stress injury. CTS. Carpal tunnel syndrome. Oh. No, I don't. I use an ergonomic keyboard, but I didn't start using it just because I was having any stress injuries. It's because it was less noisy than my other keyboard. But yeah, I definitely suggest looking into an ergonomic keyboard. If you can borrow one from somebody else for a week, and if that alleviates any of your stress, then definitely try it out more long term. Driving this Cadillac is really bad for my joints. No, Numers, in other games, something like that definitely works, but I think it's important to say why it doesn't work for botland. And this is why I have that not frequently asked question list. There are a lot of people who have suggested teams in botland, and I've just had to answer this so many times that I wrote just a canned response for this. So I think I need to write the same thing about single player at some point. Really, a lot of these boil down to the same answer. Hey, you can copy paste things in botland. You can't copy paste things in something like Overwatch. You can try, but unless you're as good as the player you're sort of copy pasting from, it's not going to work. But that's the key difference of botland. Is anyone else concerned that we can see Adam's head, we can see his hands, or we can't see his arms? You know, Syntonic, many people have commented on this already. That how do we know I haven't just hired someone and he's doing the typing and I'm just talking and it's all perfectly in sync. Clans basically just a player tag. That's different from teams though, in my opinion. Clans and teams are not the same thing. Teams imply that you're all there during a game. Clans, and I know that in esports you call teams and not clans because that'd be weird, but they're more clans or guilds than they are teams. Well, in some games. Hearthstone doesn't have teams, and while League of Legends has teams, there are more than 5 players on a team, right? On an esports team. All right, so I'm done talking. Now I'm going to get back to letting me null this out. So same thing over here. That was the point. I wasn't talking about teams. Oh yeah, yeah. Clans could eventually be done. I think that'd be a post-release feature. I think any social features, while they help the game pick up popularity, I don't know if it's worth putting into the release schedule because I'd rather the game be popular first before I start to add things. I want to focus on the MVP. Does streamer program. I'm never telling you interesting stories again, Hitch slap. Alright, so this in account server M. So game version, we're going to say that this can't be nil anymore. So this wouldn't happen. Well, I guess technically would, and we just wouldn't pass anything in. So new game version. Alright, const game version equals require game version. Hopefully that exists there. Yes, it does. Hey, no, we're clever. Alright, so then this doesn't need to exist. Updating game version from version null. Yeah, okay, so we can just delete this, this, and this. The code becomes much simpler now. Old version, new version. If old version is not equal to new version, updating game version. Perfect. How many players are you expecting on release? Well, one of the things that I do know right now is how many people have signed up for accounts, even if I don't necessarily know how many of those are real players or people who would continue to play during release. Excuse me. So let me show you. Let's connect to the overseer. Okay, and then let's do this. Select, how would I get all the different accounts? Because if I do select ID from users, it's going to give me 3,900 because people were spam creating accounts. So if I do select count star from users where name not like 1%. Yeah, so I think there are 285 people who've played in the last 2 weeks. And that's for alpha, and I've done nothing to advertise this. So 285, well, accounts. I can't say people. 285 accounts in 2 weeks. I launched alpha on January 30th, so it's exactly 2 weeks ago. So on release, by the time we get there, I'll have gone through beta. Beta will give me a better idea about the metrics of the game. And I'll also have started marketing during beta. So for release, I'm hoping there are thousands of people at that point. And that'll do some great things with the game too. So now we're at hundreds over the course of a couple of weeks. If this keeps ramping up and I keep adding in more features and everything, I think we could get there. And I think marketing will help a lot. Check this out later. Describes my life working from home. I hope this mentions Twitch streamers in it. How are you planning to market? Honestly, the Twitch stream is a big part of this, and I hopefully can leverage you guys to some extent. I'm hoping, I make some Reddit posts or something, or YouTube videos, and you guys can help share those. And I also want to do some ad campaigns and reach out to YouTubers and Twitch streamers and everybody else. Really just leverage every single person in my network. This is the one opportunity I have in my life to actually make this thing a success. I think that if it's a year from now and it's still not successful, there's a way slimmer chance of it being successful. I don't think this is like a more product focused business, like making, computer monitors or something. I think first impressions are pretty important, and I don't know, who knows? We'll see how all this goes. So account servers main, where we deserialize this will always exist now. So it's okay if this represents a null game version. It just means that the overseer doesn't know. Okay, and we got to test all this out definitely. Do you have a fallback? No, there's no real fallback. I mean, I don't even know what a fallback would be for this necessarily. I guess maybe a Kickstarter or something like that. But I think if you fail to market a game, how would you market the Kickstarter any better? Alternatively, there's one other thing I could do, which is do a Kickstarter before the game launches and use the Kickstarter entirely for marketing. So let's say I try to raise $10,000 or $30,000 or something like that, the Kickstarter itself, if it raised that much, probably means that I don't need that money anymore. But if it somehow raised that much without being effective, then I'd have $30,000 to spend on marketing. But if you're saying fallback of if Botland doesn't work out and I still try and it still doesn't work out, then no, I don't have a fallback. I'll just re-enter the tech industry and have a regular job. You guys will never see me again. I'll be like the usual suspects. Oh, it's LC. Why did that not make a sound? That's weird. But thanks for subbing. That is weird. Oh, there it goes. Well, EJ, the reason I pulled 30K out of seemingly thin air is because you know that game Polybridge? He actually detailed how much money he spent on marketing, and it was 30,000. He got an agency to do something. You need to hum the sub sound. Yeah, it was just super late. So if it works out, do you plan on continuing streaming? I'd like to, but I think if it works out, there's going to be a lot of other issues. One is going to be really maintaining the privacy of passwords and account information and all that other stuff. Right now, if I leak information on the stream, so if I ever did something like this, select email address from users where ID equals 1, you'll see an email address that doesn't even exist. And that's fine. So I can show this on stream all you want. You can't email this. You're not going to steal anyone's account information. If I do this when the game is actually online and I'm like, hang on, let me check. I'll just do a select star from users where blah. And I'm like, oh, whoops. And I start showing their last login, maybe their last IP address, their email. I have to be really careful about that stuff. I already have to kind of be careful of my own information, but that's different. If I leak that, it's on me. If I leak your information, that's really bad, and I'm probably violating my own privacy policy. So there's that. There's also that I don't know what's going to be taking up my time then. For example, if Botland is way more popular than I expected, I'll probably need to focus more on hiring people and then getting those developers ramped up and then whatever else goes along with that. So will I be streaming? I don't know. Would I like to? Yes. 30K is a Twitch meme. Streaming from Wreckful buying a 30K car. Huh. Did not know that. When you continue getting so many subs like today. Yeah, I don't know what's going on today. I think it's just I'm in a better mood and it's encouraging people to throw money at me more, but who knows. Would you have a development version with non-production data though? Well, sure, I would, but let's say there was a bug that someone was running into. Let's say you are playing the game and you click report bug and then I go through this and I'm like, wait a second, steps to reproduce. What's in the database for that person? All I'm saying is I need to be more careful than I have to be now. Right now, if I say select email address from users where email address like cannot change, there are 263 rows in the database of cannot change his email address, and there are only really 285 users. So that means 22 people kind of hacked in their own email address, which is possible right now. It's just a client side thing. But in general, this is 90% of the player base. I don't need to worry about even having that problem. In the future, I will. Why can't you salt the email address like passwords? I don't know if people typically do that. And I think this is a very unique problem. A lot of programs are made with the intent that you're the only person looking at your own screen. So, for example, imagine on mobile, when you type in your password and you're at an airport or something, you probably go like this and type in the password because typically you're the only person looking at your screen, but you never know if someone's watching over your shoulder. Well, on your computer, you have to worry about it even less, unless you're at a coffee shop or something. Salt everything. I'll salt the salt. Okay, so account main, we now have this deserializing correctly. Yep. Next up is set in server. So here, we have this. If is nil, this should never happen because the overseer should never tell us about a null game version. Yep, that's true. So register account server and endpoint monitor. This takes in expected game server version. If it's not null, then serialize this and send it back. Yeah, I don't think we need to do things this way. I think we just do this. Which means when we create this, this needs to be game version. So this should be new game version, and we just don't set anything here. And then game version should really be clearly defined so that we have equals nulls. Then we need this defined too. So const game version equals require game version. Alright, so this is not going to be null. We need to change the comment too. Who put their own email? I mean, I could check. I could say select name from users where name not like and name like. So here are the 24 people who set their own email address in the database. And of these people, who knows how many of them are real email addresses? I'm not going to show them. Showing their usernames, that doesn't matter. These are just the people who when they signed up for a Botland account, they clicked register, they right-clicked this, inspect element, and then they just changed the text in here to something like hi@hi.com or something. And that's not even how you do it. I guess they just don't set it to disabled there. You put something like hello@adam.com. Yeah, a couple people just put jokes in there or obscenities, really. Con, you're welcome to do that. Why it is Twitch? I think with dev, it is livecoding.tv. Yeah, there are a couple reasons why I never streamed on Live Coding TV, but let's just say they rubbed me the wrong way twice, and I usually have a one-strike policy. Don't forget to escape special characters. I don't think I even allow special characters. So at startup, the overseer will check the database. If one exists, it'll pick up the latest and expect. If it doesn't exist, then this will be defined, but its members will be null. Okay, that's good. They rebranded? Really? liveedu.tv? Wow. Hey, Fatality. I'm surprised about that. I wonder why. So overseer state, probably improve logging so it's not in the set call, but rather in the server call. That way can be made obvious. Yeah, where is this? This right here. This calls into count and set. Yeah, this. Yeah, I don't think it should be here. So I think what we do instead is we say, I don't know. No, we'll just leave this here. I think this is fine. Okay, time to test everything. You know the drill. Drop the database. Make sure we're doing this on the right server and not on production. There we go. Drop database, rerun the database, use the database. And then restart everything. So right off the bat, we should see a version of null. Yeah, game version not found. We'll use the version of the first game server that connects to us. And then the account server says nothing because it never started it up. It totally screws up. Hooray. So it's probably because we're trying to serialize something that doesn't exist. And that could be because I have a build problem. But I won't know until I look at endpoint monitor, I guess. How do you join SQL with JavaScript? I use a query builder. In general, it's not particularly tough. You connect to your database and you send a bunch of just raw SQL. and that's going to be abstracted by a bunch of libraries to build queries for you or turn them into objects for you. So yeah. Okay, why isn't this working? That means that overseer state is not setting this correctly. Yeah, this is not the name. What is this supposed to be? Expected game server version, and here it's, oh, it's expected game server version. No, that's correct. So then what is wrong? And also, this isn't correct. Serialized to JSON. Uh-oh. Definitely uh-oh. What does this even do? Oh, interesting. Alright, let's do that. Okay, well, there's still an issue, and I don't know what it is. So how about we run this, see if there are any problems. Okay, there's nothing. All of this points to this not being defined right. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. This is apparently not defined. All right, let's print this out then. So stringify this dot expected game server version. So when we go start up the overseer, it should print it out as just having a version of null, and yeah, a database ID of null. Okay, so that's correct. Then it's trying to be used from here. I don't know. Yeah, and it's failing. Let's try this again. Yep, it's still failing. That's too bad. Okay, let's stringify this whole thing then. Would it be useful to have a separate database server for just storing and retrieving data with a REST API? So in your case, the account server and the database server are separate? They are separate. Well, maybe you're talking about a slightly different thing, but the account server is on machine 1 and the database is on machine 2. So they're separate in that sense. And what the account server does, the account server just uses connects to query from machine 2 to set/query. Hey, Transic. Hello from America. All right. So here is everything that we have, and this is set to null. The only thing is, I don't know why. Right here, expected game server version is null. That would either mean we have two states, that I'm setting this back to null. Oh, that's probably why. Let's go check that out then. Where does this get called from? Probably when I read it from the database. Yeah, that's it. That's what's happening. All right. Well, now we just need to find that, and then we're good. Version, register, set, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Here it is. So like game version equals null. No, we don't do this. So no matter what, we have to do this, and then over here deserialize if is nil serialized game version. Actually, I guess we could just put it this way. Although then we need it over here too. There we go. Can you write a wall hack? I mean, I won't do that. What? No, I think. Okay, I don't know why chat's losing their mind. I think that's a valid question. I mean, to be fair, he said, can you write one, not will you write one for me? A lot of people just have a question of like, hey, can you write a bot for RuneScape or something? So yeah, I wouldn't. I don't want Transic, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna write a bot, but could I? Yeah, probably. I would need to do a lot of research into how to do it and everything. Well, and also this is assuming that they exposed this data in such a way that it could be written. I think that's a fair question. I mean, if someone's like, "Hey, can you break the law?" I think that's something that I would never give instructions on how to do, but it's still a valid question, right? We're making RuneScape bots? Well, not anymore. All right, so this is going to be there. And then if, yeah, I guess we'll just say this. Even if this doesn't exist, well, yeah. Hey, Feels. And Numers, I don't talk about politics in my chat. Okay, I think this is fair. I think it should work too. Let's try it out. So we start this up. It says game version not found in database. We'll use the version of the first game server that connects to us. The account server connects. It should get null. Yep, there it is. Current game server version null, dbid equals null. Except for it says that twice. All right, that's not intentional, but that's pretty minor. Is making bots illegal if you're using it for gold farming? It's not illegal, as in it's not against any laws, unless your country has weird laws about that, but it's usually against the terms of service of whatever program that you're botting. Yeah, there's a way to fix this. I just moved this message out of here. Or I parameterized this so that I could print the message itself. That's not so bad. If message, if this is defined, yeah, then we'll just do it this way. So updating, how would I want to call this? Like set current game version? The overseer, yeah, we could just do it that way. Okay, so now set current game version comes from two places. One is at startup time, and the other is from the REST server here. Here, so we'll just say this. The overseer told us to update the game version. There. Okay, let's try that out. Yeah, Numers, anyone can ask those questions. I don't want I don't want this to get to the point where people can't ask questions. There are certainly bad questions to ask. And for those, I'll just give you an answer of like, sorry, that's too personal, or that's not for today, or that's not something I want to talk about with chat. But you shouldn't be punished for asking the question, I think. And yeah, Liquidor, I think that's helpful. The first time people run a linter in an established code base, they end up with like 7,000 errors. And it's really frustrating. And at that point, you need to consider, okay, what classes of errors are worth actually changing? Because at that point, you have an established code base. But if you start a new code base with it, I think it's really helpful, especially if it's automatic, because you can just fix it as you write it. Okay, so now we have this only printing once. That's good. When a game server finally connects, it should get updated here. The overseer told us to update game version from version null to version 0.0.5. And same thing, the overseer should have updated as well. Where is it? Setting expected game version is 0.0.5. Looks good. So now I just need to get rid of that console.log. I don't know where that is. It doesn't really matter. The linter will find it for us. There we go. And this is no longer used. Sounds good. All right, that's everything. Can you move to Europe? I mean, if you're asking questions just for the sake of asking questions, I'd prefer that you stop. If you actually want to know, can I move to Europe? I guess the answer is yes, but would I ever? Probably not. I am married and I have a wife to consider with all of the decisions I make. And we've never once talked about moving to Europe, so it probably won't happen. Wow, that's a problem. Look at that. I forgot to put parentheses around this. I'm pretty sure I accidentally changed this. Yeah, I did. So yeah, message to print is probably not worth commenting. There's only one place I use it anyway. It's okay if this represents a null. Yep, good. So I think this is some important refactoring to do because it didn't take very long. It ended up removing a couple of lines from here. It should also have removed, I'll just write this, refactor game version. I refactored the code so that game version doesn't have to be null. Instead, when there's no set game version, we'll have a defined game version object with null data members. Well, with null member variables. Okay, and we need to check in the overseer as well, and hopefully remove more lines of code from here. We might have, and I just added in more comments. Because overall, I think that like this, for example, this is now cleaner. Yeah, I added in a bunch of comments. But in general, I think this is better. There's one other thing this does, which is if I ever say get health summary, does this do this? Version is printing out here. In game server state, it only knows its string version. How do you search for code in a folder with Sublime? Yeah, Control-Shift-F, fatalities, right? There's one issue, which is I don't know where that API prints out the version. Where does that happen? Huh. That's a good question. Overseer state is what would do it. There's this right here. What does this do? Oh, health maybe? Health does not exist. Okay. Well, let's track it. So it's right here. Where is it called? Oh man, Soul Sorcerers. That sucks. Get health summary. Here it is. Did I just not see this information? Oh, yeah, I just didn't see it. There it is. Okay, well then everything's working, except for my eyes. String rep 005. Yep, that's good. Hey, grill artist. All right, nice. So this is just something we'll write here. If I ever start using Lerna, then refactor game version so that it's only defined in a single location. I mostly copy pasted code just to make it easier to refactor the database around this time. Yeah, so that's done, and as far as Lerna goes, we'll write this here. There. Yeah, thanks, Grill Artist. The game is actually online if you want to check it out. No one's really playing right now. And the reason why is because I'm going to be wiping out the database in probably one day. So any progress you make today would just be lost. But you'd at least get to try the game out if you want. So let's keep on chugging, working through this. So this is done. This is kind of canceled. Make sure the game server version is replicated from overseer to overseer at startup and whenever it changes. Yeah, so these are scenarios I haven't tested in a very, very long time. So let's try this out. We are going to close out of all of this stuff. And then over here, I'm going to do this, PL overseer. So I believe run.cmd lets me pass in, oh, whoops, modules overseer. Yeah, this lets me pass in no argument to run the first one, and any argument to run the second one. So I just had to pass in run and run2. Hey, Mimran. What are your thoughts on PWAs taking over native apps? Do you think learning JS over Swift and Java is the best idea? What is PWA? Project web app? Doubt that's actually the thing, right? Yeah, so hitch slap, actually with Botland, one of the things that I tried to do is make it so that I don't have to make a native app eventually, or if I do that, it's just a very thin wrapper around the web app. I think a lot of development time is lost in writing for many different platforms right now. So I'd like to see a universal solution to just write code and have it work on everything. But it's not really in the interest of the companies making these platforms to do that, because they want to lock you into a particular platform. So if you start learning Objective-C, well, that's not really going to help you too much with Android programming. So you're investing time in making Apple's platform better. And same thing, if you start working with Java, it won't necessarily help you with Objective-C. So I don't know if that thought process was all over the place, but yeah. I'd love to be able to just code once and have it run everywhere. Have you ever taken a cold shower? Yeah. Our hot water heater broke last week, so I took a cold shower then, but we got it fixed. And hey, Banana. Progressive web apps, okay. How'd you learn typing so fast? Yox, I think one of the best things you can do is, one, learn the proper way to type. That doesn't necessarily teach you how to type quickly, but in doing that, if you ever type something with the wrong fingers, so let's say I hit the S with my pinky, then just retype everything if you ever type something with the wrong fingers. And until you get it right, maybe you made a typo over here and you type like every, and then yeah, just keep typing it out and just keep repeating it. Just drill it into your brain. Work on that muscle memory. What hero do you recommend I level up with? Definitely Priest. Yeah, I don't know exactly what PWA refers to. I know you said progressive web app, but I don't know how it's different from just a web app. Okay, replication. Replication. So let's go on to the overseer and figure out how this is responsible. I believe there's a server on here. Here it is. This is what's responsible for replication, and I believe we have what? Replicate to secondary? Yeah. Which is a message types. Where does that come from? Oh man. I have no idea where this comes from. Wow, banana. Yeah, it's always disappointing when the average grade is failing. Okay. Did I play For Honor? No, I haven't. Yeah, Spurman, I used to do that. I used to type with 4 fingers, and I would type actually incredibly quickly still, but I thought this is a terrible idea. So I eventually fixed it. Here it is. It's in message constants. So there's replicate and replicate. Okay, I need to write this down. This is message constants dot message types. Yeah. Oh, I see Lepko. Interesting. All right, well, we need a new message type, that's for sure. So we need something like replicate game version set. Game server version? Game server version? There. Oh, if you enjoy writing in Swift, I think you should probably stick with that. But yeah, I think one of the issues that I would have is if I want to write an application to target iOS, Android, desktop, web in general, how do I go about doing that? And I don't know if there's some solution out there with Swift. I don't know if I could even get back into that habit if I wanted to. No, I don't. I mean, I'm definitely using more fingers than just 2 if I try that. Okay, so in order for this to work, every single time we update this, we need to go update package.json. So that goes to 1.0.7. And then we need to publish just this. So modules, infra, constants, git diff. So we've got to check this in and then publish it. Actually, just publishing it is really the important part. You're using thumb for space. Well, okay, yeah, that was almost always the case, I bet. But, yeah, I guess. Okay, maybe it wasn't exactly 4 fingers. I probably did use my thumb for space, and I probably occasionally used the shift key with my pinky or something, but I think in general I was typing with 4 fingers. I wasn't saying this to brag or anything. I think it's not the thing to brag about. It's not a good way to type. Why is this taking so long? Do you know how to develop on Apple? I've made an iOS app once. Would I still know how at this point? Because that was like 8 years ago or something. I don't know. I'd probably need to relearn it. That took a very long time, and I don't know why. Bragging about not bragging. Well, I don't want to brag, but I am pretty good at not bragging. All right. So as far as using this value goes, we need to update the overseer now. This is a really tedious process. npm update. This should give us the new infra constant, 1.0.7. Did it? Yes, there it is, 1.0.7. Okay, good. Now we just need to use this value. Shouldn't be too bad. So replicate. This probably comes from endpoint monitor and probably needs to go somewhere else. Nothing calls this. Oh, Pub sub. Yeah, here. Set expected game version. So we need to try replicating this. This dot pubsub.publish pub subtopics.replicate. And then the type needs to be this, and the game version needs to be serialized. Serialized game version. Oh, we could just serialize it here. All right. Now, we need a handler for this, and then we need to test it out. So we'll just add to some giant else if blob here. Oh man, all right. So here, if it's equal to set game version, then we get serialized game version equals JSON object dot serialized game version. Game version equals do we have any logging in this particular case? I don't know if we do. What inspired me to make Botland? It's actually one of the FAQ questions. Excuse me, sorry, I had to sneeze. I wasn't just giving you that as the answer. It's there if you search for how'd you get the idea for Botland. It actually came from Diablo 2. Probably not something that most people would guess. All right, so now we just need to set this dot overseer state dot set expected to this replicated game version equals game version from master overseer. Walshy, I probably won't actually share that. There are certain things that I think are part of this stream identity. So for example, controlling my lights are something that like I haven't seen that in another stream, and I think it's cool to have some unique stuff when it comes to streaming. So it's the same thing with that BRB screen. What do you use to code, and what script languages do you use? So Killex, the languages that I use, it's really just JavaScript. And as for what do I use to code, you should check out this question in the FAQ. What program are you using for blank? This talks about everything that I'm using. Did you learn all the programming languages? No, in college for computer science, you'll typically learn like one language pretty well, and then you'll touch upon a few other languages. And depending on the college, it might be Java, C++, C, Python. It could be anything, really. There was an error following this user? What? Oh, user followed successfully. Okay. Okay, well, let's test this out. So here goes nothing. So we're going to run the master overseer here. We're going to run the secondary overseer here. So this says we are the secondary and they are master. I don't know why I really need to say and they are master. It could just be we are the secondary overseer. But all right, and we have the version over here of 005. So now here's what we'll do. We're going to set the version to 006, and both of them should get updated. Did it work? Setting expected game version 006. Could not find a handler for message type 153. Yeah, I screwed that up. I know what I did wrong. No, I don't know what I did wrong. Uh-oh. This must be undefined then, but how? Replicate set game server version. Oh, why? Why? So message types dot replicate game server version. I think this is just set wrong. What is it? This doesn't even work. What? Okay, clearly I don't remember my own system here. Can you make a game in Unity? Yeah. I have made some very basic things in Unity before. I only spent about a month or two learning it. And then I didn't end up using it anymore. And yeah, Yala, I still remember you as Seiyuchin. There are a few people, actually there's something like 7 or 8 who have come up with new names for themselves over the course of their time in chat. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, yeah, there's more like 15. So I do end up forgetting some of these people. Like Patsy Boy had an old account. I didn't remember the old account at this point. But Nautical Clever, I remember their old account. Yeah, so I wonder what's going wrong here. Let's just find out where this is printing from. Could not find a handler. It must be just down here. No, it actually isn't. Could not find a handler. Here. Socket data handler. Shouldn't all the replicated messages be here? Oh man, I screwed up. Yeah, I definitely screwed this up. But how? This is how... Where is this? What did I write incorrectly here? Type message types dot replicate. Type message type. This all looks the... Uh-oh. No, that's right. What? What's going on then? I can't tell what I'm doing wrong. I should have something listening here that'll send this out. Yeah, this calls replicate to secondary, and this writes the JSON object. And then there's a handler for it. Right here. This dot handlers. I guess we just need to update this. Yeah, okay. That's silly. I think this is a bad idea. Am I using Express? No. I started out using Express. What's this? Another one? Liquidor, I don't know what you're referring to by another one here. You're just saying defenses whose bots don't have anything set up? Is this a bug or what? I could find out if it's a bug. So let's see. Nate Goody, I'm assuming, is who did this. Let's go take a look at the database. So select ID from users where name equals Nate Goody 3888. So now select serialized defense from users where ID equals 3888. So here are Nate Goody's bots. Blueprint ID is 4366. Yeah, there's just no hardware. It's not a bug. Yeah. I'm assuming the other one is not a bug either. This just happens sometimes. The bot is an illegal spot, was it? This is fine, because that's the defender. And yeah, this is fine too. So this red outline is just the spot where the attacker can't place theirs. It's not the place where the defender has to place theirs. Even if it was, then this is still within that realm. But the defender could put them over in the corner if they wanted to. It wouldn't matter. Whoops, I closed Twitch chat. All right. Technical difficulties. There we go. So what did I miss? Yeah, nothing. Okay, cool. All right, let's test this out again. Same deal. I'm going to close out of that. So I start this up. This becomes the master. I start the other one up. This becomes the secondary. And then I set the version one higher than it is. Send. Replicated game version 008. So now here's the tough part. Now I kill the master and the secondary promotes itself. I hope. Oh yeah, promoting itself to master. There it is. Okay, cool. Now I get the state of the game and it should say that I'm on version 8. Oh, this is a different host. Darn it. What is the What port is this running on? 8084. So I need to overwrite this for a second to 8084. No. What's going on? Oh, TCP server is listening on... No, that's... Oh. What am I doing wrong here? Helps does not exist. No. Also, this exists here twice. Interesting. No need for that. Huh. Well, something's wrong. Oh, wait. 78. 8078. My bad. I read the wrong number. 8078. 404 not found. Uh-oh. Someone tried to access a strong auth middleware route but did not have the right password. Ooh, this does not sound good. Oh, no. This is actually correct. We need to delete this. There. Now we run this. 8078. Got it. Done. 008. It's working. So now we'll start up the original master. This will get a version of 008. Yep. That's loaded from the database. Doesn't even need to have it replicated. But now when I pass in set expected game version to 009, I wonder if this can handle requests at all. I shouldn't test this way. I should test it this way. 8078. Yeah, perfect. It replicated. So now we go kill the original one. And this gets promoted to master. And yeah, I think everything's fine. Okay, I think replication's working. There is one thing I want to test now, which is can this accept traffic? Error duplicate entry. Okay, that's a mistake. Clicking replay after a successful attack. Oh yeah, I know about this. Yeah. All right. So there's just one tiny bug. Setting the game version to what it already is will cause an error to print out. It shouldn't. Add game version. Dot finally get the game version. Why? Why is this erroring here? Huh. For duplicate use, insert ignore, unless you need better logic. I didn't know that was a thing. Because, yeah, that would help. But still, I want to find out why the code as is not working. What are the different scenarios for the second overseer to be promoted and promote itself to master? So in general, most of the infrastructure has some failovers here. So the master should just handle everything. And every time it gets new requests, it'll replicate anything necessary to the failover. And then if this thing dies for some reason, then the failover can just pick up where it left off immediately. And it'll promote itself to the master, it'll update DNS, it'll start handling requests, and then when the new one comes online, everything will be replicated at startup as well. There's one caveat. That's when this thing starts up and we have a replicate all. Where does that happen? Hey, Patsy boy. You know, Patsy boy, you have a cheer badge that can't even be obtained anymore in this chat. You have to use .raw and replace manually the insert call. Huh, okay. Well, EJ came up with most of the system. He will never let me take full credit for it. The problem is I haven't been testing a lot of it because it's very hard to test, and I would need 2 of these running in the wild. I don't want to do that right now. So I need to figure out, so fixing this, yes, I think I should use insert ignore. So thank you guys for that. And then there's one other thing I need to write down. When an overseer starts up, how does it know about all existing endpoints? Okay, thank you. A cheer badge? It's not the rarest, because I guess you have one. The rarest would be those like $1,000 badges or something. I might eventually enable it again. It's just people were spamming it at first. Yeah, I gotta figure out what happens on startup here. Let's go comb through the code. So database TCP server.connect and then initialize. So in connect, we have initialize. Create server, establish overseer connection. So what happens when we connect for the first time? That's the part I don't understand. This is called when we establish a connection on our outgoing socket. Rate handshake start. Okay. Got a handshake start. Sending handshake end. So we send handshake end and then what? What connects the endpoint? Should the new overseer run the request? No, if what you're saying is what I think you're saying, so I sent a request to the secondary overseer and it ran it. Eventually I won't, well, I don't really know what should happen in that case, to be honest. Probably it shouldn't handle it. Yeah, I guess that's another thing I need to stop. So to do here is fix bug where you can't set the game version to what it already is. Fix bug where the secondary overseer can handle certain admin requests, like updating game version. This is a problem because that information won't be replicated. And then what's the last thing I need to do? Oh yeah, figure out how the overseer is told about endpoints at startup. I don't even know if this is happening, to be honest. So if we restart this, this becomes the master overseer, and then let's start up a matchmaker here. I must have coded this. So now it's going to get a registration. Yep, add in an endpoint. And now I'll start at the secondary, and it should be told about that matchmaker. Oh, well, that's a problem. But it looks like it's trying to be, at least. What happened here? Message types.replicate. Where is that coming from? What's the best way to push Node to production? It all depends on what exactly you're trying to do. So if you're just trying to get it onto another server, you could git clone a repository. You could use Docker. You could just SSH in and manually set everything up. You can SCP binaries over. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. I'd say look into Docker at the very least, because that's a pretty modern way of doing things now. And it's also somewhat hassle-free. Okay, serialized endpoint. So this is happening somewhere. I don't know where. Yeah, I don't know where. We got to figure this out. Oh man, replicate all data. Here it is. Yeah. All right. So this is where this is happening. Did I ever write this down in my notes? Overall, replication works a little bit differently from the overseer, since we, the overseer, to rely on. Where does overseer replication? Startup flow. Yeah, I gotta write all this down. Am I using Docker? No, I'm not. Fed me. Is this the new superbot? Oh, all of Rinku's bots have artillery. You're lucky this one isn't activating its sensors, or you'd be dead. It was 7 tiles away from you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, it's 6, but still, that would work. If it activated its sensors, it could have just killed you. Huh. Okay, well, I did write this down. Overseer starts up. It starts its TCP server so that Y can connect, and then tries reaching out to Y. Note that it will not start the outgoing connection if it knows that the other overseer just crashed due to missing pings. See crash/lag flow. Oh my god, this is complex. If it can't hit Y, it'll promote itself to the master. For this reason, 2 should not be started at the same time, or else they'll both be in an undecided state when they contact each other. Upon promoting itself, promotion to master flow in the section below will be run. Okay. Where's replication? This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so we have this. Where is this called from, though? Replicate all data. I don't care about infer constants. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Not that. Here it is. Handle handshake end. Replicate all data. How does this not get duplicated? Handle handshake start. Can you make a function on a bot that defines if something is attacking you or not? No, you can't right now. It's not possible. And there's a very specific scenario that really illuminates why it's not possible. Suppose you're here, and there's an ally here, and there's an enemy here. The enemy has this code, fire lasers down. And let's say lasers do 100 damage. So you are at 1800 life. You get hit by a laser, and you're at 1700. Before your turn, ally heals you for 100, bringing you back to 1800. So you're being attacked, but there's no way for you to detect that your life even changed. So there's no API for it either. So that's it. You just have no way of knowing that you were attacked. The best you can do is try to see, is your life changing? But you still can't know if you're being attacked because your life might be going up, and that just means you're getting healed by more bots than you're getting attacked by. And Liquidor, this I wrote in like February of last year. So this code is a year old, and that's why I at least wrote this stuff down. But in particular, I forgot to write this replication bit down. So now I'm just trying to figure out exactly where this happened. There are two places. One is here, handle, handshake, end. We are now fully connected. We are the whatever, and they are whatever. Replicating all data. I might as well write that here. Actually, I might as well write it in the function, right? Can you run code multiple times in a turn? No. So the way turns work in botland, you have what are called terminators. Terminators are anything that just produces an action in the arena. Why is this button not working? Oh, the account server's offline. Alright, well we can show you this on play.bot.land. How old am I? I haven't been answering that question, Transic. Liquidor defeated your defense. So yeah, you have something called terminators in botland. It's anything that shows up in red. And everything that shows up in red is something that modifies the arena state somehow. So if you look at these functions, fire lasers, that does damage to things. Zap, that does damage. Support. Cloak, that changes if you're visible. Shield, that protects another bot. Moving, obviously, moves your bot. So all of those things affect the arena, so they're in red, meaning if you run this code, that's it. That's the end of your turn. So if you were to ever write code like this, move right, move left, you will never, ever, ever move left. Because red means stop your code, and you hit a red statement before you got to another one. So that's why what you should do is wrap everything in if statements. So you should do something like this. And then just put your rights here and your lefts here or something like that. Or whatever order I had it in originally. And that way you don't necessarily hit this red statement. And so your code doesn't necessarily exit, meaning you can get down to this one. Hey, Walter. What? The thing stating it's on the left links. Is actually on the right. What? What are you talking about, Walter? Yak says, what if someone programmed a universal strategy for botland to win every single match and publish the code to the public? Would it hurt the game? It would hurt the game in a way that you're probably not thinking about when you ask the question. It would mean that the game design is broken. There should be no universal strategy to win every match. Yax, I want you to think of any other strategy game that you've played that you've enjoyed. Is there a universal strategy in that game that wins every single match? If you think of a game like StarCraft or Hearthstone or Civilization, Heroes of Might and Magic, any of those games, there typically isn't one strategy you can use to win because your opponent can do something different that would throw off your strategy. So if you did ever, in any of those games, have a universal strategy that always won, it would mean that the game designers did something wrong. So imagine if you were playing, I don't know, an RPG even, and you as a warrior could just like mash buttons 1, 2, 4, and then whenever some certain event happens, press the 5 key on your keyboard, and that's your perfect strategy. If that wins all the time, then yeah, the game designers have done something wrong. Can you please give an example of a good defense and do it in the script editor? Pretty please. Well, Yalali, you can always just make a script using Blockly and then convert it to JS. But if you want to take a look at some of my defense code, yeah, I mean, I can show you that. Mine's written in JavaScript. And here it is. It's not particularly hard to understand either. I do some code to like move my bots around a bit, but in general, there's the typical like try firing missiles, try firing artillery. And you can do this very easily in Blockly. Try firing missiles, try firing artillery, try pursuing something. The point of Blockly was to make it very easy, whether you know coding or not, to set up your script. Extra spam on the Botland subreddit today. What's the extra spam? Oh, Lynx is Dutch for left. I love how puzzled you are about that. God, Wouter, why do you do this? Why do you do it? Yeah, what spam are you talking about though on the subreddit? Okay, so replicate all data happens in two different parts. One is in handle handshake end, and the other is here. And this is the part that I don't understand. Handle handshake start. Why would this happen here? Right handshake end. Oh, in case we were just promoted. Yeah, the whole handshake process is, I guess, a little bit confusing. Okay. And I did write replication here too. Yeah, okay. Regardless of the above, both cases converge on replicate all data. There. You had a load of cakes after your name? Oh, I don't see them. Huh. What kind of parser and sanitization is done on the script generated and written by the user? Yeah, it's a custom one. Sounds like it's prone for some injection. Yeah, it could be, and you're totally welcome to try it out on play.bot.land. So what happens with this, I actually just prevent you outright from using a lot of constructs you might want to use in JavaScript. So a equals 5, totally valid JavaScript. A equals an object, I prevent you from doing this. A equals this dot anything, again, this is valid JavaScript, but it's not allowed in Botland. You can't use this. So a lot of exploits in JavaScript come from this. They come from objects, and they come from the combination of like brackets and objects and exclamation points and whatever else. So pretty much all these things are just disabled right out the bat, and I don't need to do anything. Then as far as things you might want to call, like eval, delete hard drive. This is valid if you define an eval function. So you can't just call arbitrary functions. It's not just getting executed immediately. There are probably still issues with this. But the goal here was get code to run as quickly as possible. Okay, so now one of the other things we need to write down is why we're not replicating we're not replicating the game server version. I just don't know where to write that. More replication details. So remember, on the first connection, replicate all data will be called. This does not replicate data that can be known by the overseer at startup, e.g. this, which is read from the database directly. Yeah. Hey, EOJ. Okay, so that's done. Now what about this? Fix bug where you can't set the game version of what it already is. So insert ignore. I've never looked into this, so let's search for it. What's the limit of JavaScript code in Botland? If you're saying what are the technical limits, you can't use this, you can't use objects, you can't really use arrays too much. There's a whole bunch of other things. If you're saying just what's the length limit, it's currently 5 kilobytes. This will probably be expanded to about 10, I think. Hey, Kaitar. Insert ignore. Oh, it's part of the insert statement. Is this something that Connects gives me? No. Well, that's too bad. I'm guessing I don't have this with insert either. Where's the insert statement? Here it is. Data returning. No, there's no ignore. Well, what I could do then is try to get it first and then insert and then get it again. How long is 5 kilobytes in code length? It's 5,000 bytes. I mean, it's 5,000 characters really. So it works out to, let me just give you an example. So here's an actual script that I'm using on my bot. Where is the game? Yeah. So like I said, here's an actual script that I have. This is 1,000 bytes. So you can have a script that's 5 times the length of what you see on my screen right now. So you could have it be this. This is 4,949 bytes. So you can have a decent length script in Botland, and I'll probably double the size of even this. So you could have, 400 lines of code if you want. Just you raw the query and string replace insert into insert ignore. Yeah, I could do that too. I wonder if that's a better idea than what I was thinking. Let's take a look. Yellow League, what are you talking about? Can you take a video or something? Because make sure you're dragging from the topmost block. So take a look at this. If you try dragging from here, this doesn't work. You have to drag from the highlighted block up here, and then everything's totally fine. Oh, to use it with Connects, you need to do it manually with it, okay? Yeah, I don't like these solutions necessarily. I'd still rather do it in a database agnostic way. Yeah, I could. Let's take a look. Do I have Git game version? It would always be the most recent one if I were to... No, it wouldn't be. But wait, there's no way to just ignore this error? That's the part I didn't necessarily understand. So in overseer main, if we have an initialize call, I'll just do that. Return this dot get or add game version 123. So this is going to fail, and I don't know why exactly. Let's try it. Oh no, that's not going to fail. The part that's going to fail is when I run it a second time. Yeah. So duplicate entry. So my issue is, why can I not dot catch this and then just ignore it? Right? Shouldn't that work? Could not add or from the game version size db resp. Does this fix it? Oh, weird. Finally doesn't do what I expected it to do, apparently. I had this as dot finally. And... Huh. Strange. I guess... Yeah, I guess I don't understand. Alright, see numerous. Yeah, weird. So I wanted to ignore the error here. Strange. Oh, that fixes everything. Yeah, fine. Alright. Let's put this over here for now. Comment this back in. Yeah, there. Not bad. I wonder where else I use dot finally though, and it doesn't work how I expect. But I tested this out. That's the part I don't get. Well, that's fixed. So next, fix bug where the secondary overseer. That's a different command. So I'll check this in. I'll fix that other bug. Then, yeah, I think we can finally move on a bit to the other database refactoring. So this is fix bug where you can't add an existing game version. Okay, so yeah. Add game version wasn't working. Passed in a version that was already in the database. Does was fit here? Yes. Okay, so that's that one. Now we need to commit this again. You know, Patsy boy, someday you're gonna make a joke like that, and I'll say, yeah, it actually was released. I wonder if I should write a comment here. Replicate all data. We don't have to replicate data that can be gleaned by the other overseer, e.g. the expected since that's read from the database. Except for that's not even true, is it? It always pulls the most current one, and if we're not expecting the most current one, then yeah, this is wrong. This is just wrong. Oh man, well at least I realized it was wrong. Wow. Yeah, let's get rid of that. So, my bad. Let's also fix this note. The expected game server version is replicated even though the other overseer can read it from the database. can read the most current one from the database because the expected version isn't necessarily going to be the most recent. All right. So we do need to replicate this. So replicate all data to secondary. Where does this happen? What was wrong with the catch finally code? I am not sure. But I also don't think it's really worth looking into right now, Ocelot. And hi, by the way. Because I think there's a lot of other work to do. So the other thing we need to do is replicate this. This dot replicate current game server version. Okay, we put that right here. We come back to this in a second. Replicate set game server version here. Replicate current game server version. Good. Paste. And this is wrong. Oh man, here. This dot overseer state dot expected. There we go. All right, nice. So that should work. Hey, fun Martis. So now testing this is going to be interesting because here's what we'll do. We'll start up the main one. And it says expected version is 1.2.3. We're going to roll this back to 0.0.9. So now it's 0.0.9 that we expect. And that should be a database ID of something lower than whatever we have. Let me find this. ID 6. What is the newest one? Yeah. So we have ID 6 in here. So when the new one connects, it should know that it's ID 6. I hope this works. Replicated game version. Uh-oh. It's broken. Yeah, that's broken in a very weird way. Hey, there's ours. Alright, Ocelot. This is going to be its own object. And then when we get the replicate call of this, you get that we deserialize it, and we set that as the expected version. What am I doing wrong then? Strange. Let's print this out. How are you doing version comparisons? I haven't been paying attention. I compare their database IDs because I started normalizing them as of Friday. Okay, so this says that we're on game version 1.2.3. Then we have to set it back to this. That didn't work, did it? Oh my god. There. Yeah. So we set it to that. Now we run this, and now this thing should print out string wrap database ID. The database ID, oh, it's a whole object. Oh, how did that happen? Whoops. Yeah, whoops. Oh, here it is. I see. I see what I did wrong. We just want the ID here. This is not DB ID. just want to write this type number, the ID of the database row containing the game version you wanted. Why am I doing this game? I've always wanted to make a game that people actually played. Okay, this should fix the bug. Let's try one more time. So we hit send. This gets set correctly. It probably wasn't getting set correctly before. No, it was. Yeah, and this time it worked. Now we're on version 0.0.9. AG240. Okay, I think we're in good shape. So if we kill this, this gets promoted to master. And now this knows what version it is. So now if we downgrade this again, this is going to get harder and harder to do. Let's downgrade it to 0.0.5. Did that work? No, it didn't. Oh, that's bad. Setting expected game version to 0.0.5. Serialized game version turns out to be something totally different. The lazy load thing? Yeah, let me find out where it is. Where did I do this? Store inventory? This is not good. This is definitely not good. And I searched for the wrong thing, huh? Uh-oh. This is not going well. Did it find it? It did. Yeah, it's replicating the wrong thing. Ooh, wait. Oh no, I'm replicating it before I set it. Oh, that's what's wrong. Oh man, okay. That is very important that I do that in the correct order. So now this should be set correctly. Yes. And then I stop this one and I update this one to 0.0.6. I hit send. Oh, I'm sending it to the wrong address. Let's start this up again. So it gets 0.0.5 and we update that to 0.0.6. Perfect. Okay, great. Everything's working. Hooray. What's all the database refactoring for? Well, originally this started off as I wanted to let people... Okay, I should really write this down so that I only have to explain this once. But I changed the design of Botland. I'm going to write this down. So db refactor. I changed the design of... We need a short link to this. I changed the design of Botland so that defenders no longer lose money. To accommodate this, I needed to improve messaging to users so that they could see how much Bitcoin they earned while they were offline. And that led to refactoring the database, since I can't easily store that information right now. Yeah, so this kind of describes it. So is Adam starting at 8 his time? I started at 8:50 today. It's usually about 9 o'clock that I try to make sure I'm started by. Did you make the Botland bot by yourself, or did you hire someone to develop it for you? That in particular is Phantom Bot, so I did neither of those. I just used an existing one out there. But I did make Botlad myself. That was in Node.js and TMI. Whoa. Look at this. Oh wait, Steam. Oh wait, I misread that. Wait, what? I'm confused now. What are you saying here? I'll stream when my game gets a beta if Steam doesn't add a fee. I guess what you're saying is they're loosely related. You won't even have a game online if you have to pay $5,000. All right, everyone follow EJ. That way, on his first stream, he's got like 100 people watching it. Yeah. Okay. I see. I see. I gotcha. Okay. So now we just need to go through and make sure all the code is clean. Yeah. That I got that now. I understand. All right. So I believe I changed a couple of things here. One is this. That was a bug. So I now replicate game server version at startup and whenever it gets set. Wait a second. Something's still wrong, isn't it? No, I think this is fine now. Replicate game server version between overseers. I replicate both at startup and whenever the version gets set. I also fixed a bug where if the version existed already, then the DB ID would be set to an entire object. Blabber Blabber says, is it only me or is the botland EULA borderline evil? Super shady things. My name, if known, could be used for advertising the game, and I can't do anything about it. If I use processor cycles too much and somehow this damages someone else, I'm responsible for that. Seems pretty odd for a coding game. So to be fair, I did not write that EULA. I had my lawyer write it, and I think he used a lot of boilerplate stuff. So I will have to look at this again. In general, I try to be as transparent as possible when it comes to this stuff. So the company currently exists of me, and that's it. So I don't have a lot of time to like look through this, make sure that okay, let me say it this way. I don't plan on doing anything with your data right now. But as far as advertising goes, let's say I wanted to add ads into the game later. It'd be nice to not have to push a new EULA in order to just put ads into the game. As far as using processor cycles and everything, I'm not totally sure what that's about. And blabber blabber, I think those things typically don't even hold up in court, to be honest. But like I said, in general, my goal is not to like screw you out of your rights or something. I I asked a lawyer what their opinion is, and they produced that document, and I paid them some money, and that's what happened. So I wrote myself a note. I'll try to look at that later. Of course, that holds up in court in the U.S. I don't think, no, there are certain things you can't give up your rights even if you sign a document. Maybe, okay, forced arbitration, but the part about not being able to sue them ever, I don't think that's. Anyway, like I said, I'll look into this, blabber blabber. So thank you for bringing it to my attention. Okay, so this is replicated. We'll just start when the version gets set. I wasn't planning on replicating at startup because I thought that the other overseer would be able to read the version from the database, and I realized that the newest. Did I write that here too? Yeah. I realized that the current version may not be the newest. You can give up your rights about a class action lawsuit. Yeah, I mean, let me say this, blabber blabber. For things like that in particular, I don't know how much it really matters. Like, there's there's rarely going to be a lawsuit against a game that has like 5 users. So if Botland isn't popular, none of it's going to matter. And if Botland is super popular, I don't know how many class action lawsuits there have ever been against games. I think in general, it's if they're ever mishandling your personal information. It's not something like, oh man, he changed the damage on lasers, we got to sue him. I think it's, hey, he leaked all of our email addresses and passwords or something like that. Anyway, I will look into this. And being able to use my provided name and advertisement without my consent or any warning is super uncool. Well, consent or warning, you consent to the EULA, right? By clicking this. You can't register for an account unless you check this box. And if you check this box without reading what you're checking, I mean, I might as well have just said here, I am going to share your name with everyone in the world. So that's your consent. And the warning is technically reading through these things, right? And you yourself are aware of this, so I think this part I totally disagree with. Like, this is, you you can't say without my consent or warning and then be bringing this up to me, because that means that you were warned about it. Hey, Deftopy and Codebreaker. You shouldn't be able to leak passwords if you're using hashing, right? Right. No, I'm salting and hashing passwords. What I'm saying in general is that's one of the reasons why you might do a class action lawsuit against a game. Against products or anything like that, it makes sense that, oh, this product is causing harm to someone or who knows what. But with a game, that sort of thing typically doesn't happen. Okay, so this part's fixed. And I need to fix the server side of this too. I missed your calling, my calling like a lawyer. No, I'm definitely not an expert on this stuff, which is why I hired someone to do that for me. And like I said, if it sounds illegitimate, I will take a look at it. The problem is, I don't have much more budget to get these sorts of things fixed. And I don't know the exact reasons why they are the way that they are. I meant a regular, morally accepted warning. Sure, you're hiding it somewhere in EULA. That means most people won't be aware you can do that. Okay, so I don't want to totally derail this stream right now, but I think there are certain things that you can't necessarily tell people up front that someone would take exception to. And so you put that sort of thing in a license agreement. And yeah, I generally read license agreements too. And look, I think the other thing is in general, how would you even know some company is abiding by this? Like, you share your name with a company and then they go share it with an advertising agency even though they said they wouldn't. And so what I'm saying is, in general, first of all, Botland is not at a point where I think you have anything to worry about. There's no personal information collected, and I don't have ads. I don't have any. There's basically nothing there yet. But I can tell you, I don't plan on using your data in a way that you wouldn't be okay with. So if this is the kind of thing that you're not okay with, then yeah, I think I need to revisit the EULA. And it might turn out that in the end, I don't have the money to update it and that it's just not worth it, or that not enough people are complaining about it. And that's kind of how these things go with small teams. Hey, Boboken. Thanks for resubbing. And G240, it was both. I did a game development job, and then all the other jobs were like general tech, I'd say. Okay, so then this issue in particular, let's go take a look at this. No, blabber, blabber. What I was saying here is, let's say you sign up for Overwatch. You sign up with the name like Blabber Johnson or something like that. Overwatch said in their EULA that they won't share their information, your information, with advertisers. They end up sharing it anyway. How are you even aware that this is happening? Like, how do you even know to send them a letter saying, please stop? And by the way, this is only tangential to my point. My point was that people can say whatever they want and then still break the law, break their own agreements and everything else. So what I'm trying to do is, at the very least right now, just due diligence of get a lawyer, have the lawyer write this up, use it in my game, and like I said, I can always take a look at this some more later. Can't believe it's been almost been half a year. Yeah, I know. And you're one of the like few people who I think originally joined this channel just to troll me, and then finally toned it down, which is good. There was that guy who kept talking about Python. I think he finally settled on a regular account name, but he had a relatively vulgar account name before that. Have you ever accepted an Apple, Yola? Should probably steer clear of the internet. You joined to meme the chat. Yeah, but Wouter, you haven't ever stopped memeing the chat. I'm saying there's some people who reformed their chat style. You're still the Neanderthal you were when you started. Yeah, that guy EJ. And no, blabber blabber. I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. And yeah, if 2 years from now you rejoin and you're like, "Hey, you never changed this," it doesn't mean I didn't write it down and consider it. So, like I said, I'm being pulled in a million directions right now. And I don't just mean with the stream. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to do between development and contracts and hiring the sound designer and graphics and all this other stuff that I don't have the time to do all of it. Hey, simple. Uh, yeah, I think it all depends on what your interests are and what they align with. General tech pays more than games on average, at least what I've seen. But if you don't like what you're working on, whether it's a game, general tech, or working as a waiter at a restaurant, then it probably doesn't matter what you're getting paid. I mean, there's some exceptions, right? If I get paid like $4 million to code database tools all day, I would do it. Did Overwatch ever do this? If yes, that explains what? No, I'm not. I wasn't saying Overwatch did that. That was just an example. Please don't share my hard-coded fake email address. Okay, so this part is done. This is done. This is done. And this is done. So then this is the only thing I still need to work on. And what can we actually use to set here? I guess if you're trying to do this from any secondary, we shouldn't allow it. Well, but yeah, and yeah, blabber blabber. I think there's a difference though between a company knowingly doing this and then someone like me who I'm just trying to cover my bases here. I am not a lawyer. I did not write that EULA. I hired someone to do it. I'm not trying to screw anyone out of anything. Like, I think if you follow the stream for long enough, you'll see my goal is not to be like a money grubbing, greedy idiot here. I'm just trying to make a game, and if that game makes money, that's awesome. And a EULA is necessary for having a game that makes money on the internet. But I do think this is probably the extent to which I'll talk about this on stream. All right, so we have two things that set here, and actually validate all accounts, which I don't really care where that comes from. So there are two APIs for setting state on the admin server. One is setting game version, and the other one is setting the number of game servers online. So both of these should be restricted to the master overseer doing these. Walter, sure, you can have that. I'd like it if you could at least get a link to the context. It can honestly be a clause in the... Yeah, just copy pasting what EOJ said. Also, if it's just leaked personal information or resold out of all the services you use, how would you pinpoint the one that's leaked it? One way is the adding plus signs. Yeah, that's true, definitely. But if it's just your name, you have probably no idea who did it. Unless you're signing up with a name like Adam Botland Johnson, then yeah, it's pretty obvious that this one came from Botland, but I think it'd be tough. Okay, so let's go find these. We had the admin rest server, and these should not be allowed if we are not the master. And I believe that comes from overseer state, so this should actually be pretty straightforward to do. Yeah, it is pretty straightforward. Endpoint state. Oh, it is master. There it is. Easy peasy. Hey, Artie. It's also super obvious if you immediately start getting lots of telemarketer calls. That's what GoDaddy did to me. Yeah, I think it's obvious if you can remember what you signed up for last and then the calls start happening soon enough afterward. Is there a link to context even mentioned? If you took a clip, there would be. Or honestly, even if you just wrote it down, I guess. I don't know. It all depends. Okay, so we need to make some middleware that asserts that we are master here. And I don't think we have that middleware. Strong auth middleware, where does that come from? Here, okay. But we don't have the rest of this? No, we don't. Happen immediately after you got your domain? Oh wow, yeah. If you press a button and you immediately get a phone call and they're like, hey, nice to see you. Would you like to buy some popcorn? Then yeah, I think that's a problem. But in general, I think it's hard to trace back because you're not following all these accounts that are created. But yeah. So ensure master middleware. Ensure is master. And thanks, EOJ. He's not coughing, he's actually screaming at his wife. You know, someday I should show you what this room fully looks like. There is this much space between me and the wall. So if I'm turning there to yell at someone, that means that my wife is standing like next to me the entire street. What's my favorite film ever? Yeah, it's Frozen. Definitely Frozen. No, I've never seen Frozen. Although my wife likes the music from that film, so I have heard a lot of the music. And no, Artie, I stand some of the time, definitely. Yeah, so first of all, T.S. Whiter, is your name an anagram for Twister? And that's what I should call you? Or what? But anyway, regardless, yeah, I think GoDaddy has some questionable practices. I think upselling in general and how sometimes you're not even aware that it's done. His wife was the landscaper the whole time. Okay. So if this dot overseer state dot is master, then next. Otherwise, we log an error. We can just do this here. So how do you get the route that was called? Is it rec.route? I don't know. Let's just print some things. No, it'd be rec.route, I think. And then we want to use this inside two of these things. Sorry, I can't resist. I'm trying not to be snarky about that stuff because I really think it was a valid question. First initial, last name, pronounced T sweeter. Oh, okay. Wow, I was way off. Well, that's why I had the pronunciation list. Alright, thanks, D Sweeter. I just assumed it was a dyslexic form of Twister. What's the kappa on the keyboard? It's kappa clause. Okay, so I need the posts. We need to modify these. So strong auth middleware. I guess what we really care about is also, are we even the master? Which we should do after authenticating. Is master middleware done and done? Wait, no, that's patching accounts. Although really it should be done for that too. Yeah. You're pronounced Def Dopey, but I already say that. I don't need to know the pronunciations of very obvious names. Hey, John Coot. All right, let's test this out. So here's what we do. We start up one overseer. This is going to be on 8079. And then we start up another one. This is going to be on 8078. We try contacting the one on 8078, and it should reject us. So let's do that. Set 8078. Uh-oh. It said not master, but we got a 200. Uh-oh. Yeah, whoops. Oops. Oh, I know what I did. I forgot the return, didn't I? Yeah, I forgot to return. Yeah, you know what? Let's just make this very explicit here. Let's just do it this way. In fact, let's get rid of this, put this here, and then there. There we go. Or better yet, this is good. Now, rec.route existed, but it's not. It's apparently, it's an object. So let's stringify that, I guess. All right, let's try that out again. No one gets it right. Yeah, I think there are certain pronunciation rules you'd use if you knew that someone had a particular kind of name. So for example, in English, I might pronounce this name as Buffett. And when it comes to Twitch names, you have no idea what to apply. You can throw all the rules out the window. I've heard basically everything at this point. Path, that's what I want. Yeah, rec.route.path. Okay. And what did we get returned from there? No response. Whoops, I forgot that. So, yeah, my bad. So what HTTP status code makes the most sense for this? Probably just this, 500. Yeah, probably 500. Rec.send 500. Error. Need to contact the master for that. Let's capitalize that. Okay, so rec.route.path. Error. A client called into rec.route.path, which does that contain? Yeah, the method. Let's do it this way, just so that there are no errors that could happen here. How was the game launch? It was really just the alpha launch, and to be honest, it wasn't a really great idea to launch it then. It wasn't very different from how Botland had been the week before. So it's been good. Just, I think there's a lot more work to do. But hey, that's why I'm streaming. Can you get double points if you watch on your phone and PC? No. The bot only checks for your username in chat. It doesn't check for how many times you've connected or something. So underscore.get, we'll do rec.route. Method and path. So they called into method path, but this is not the master overseer. All right, so that's the function. Let's try it out. So when we call into something like get health, this should work. Perfect. When we call into something like set game version, this fails. It did not print an error out for some reason. Rec.send is not, whoops, rest.send. My bad. Okay, let's try that out again. That is quite the wall of text, Yellow League. And what can you do? You can check out the commands here. I'm going deaf in my left ear. Is your audio a lot louder in the right channel? No one else has complained about this. Does anyone else hear that too? Why the else though? Just to be absolutely certain that I don't eventually allow this through, I know this says return next, and so I don't need the else. I guess I could just get rid of it. Fine. Back when it was written with the negative case up here and not the positive case, I didn't want to eventually be like, I don't need this logging, and then it just falls through to the code that shouldn't happen. Yeah, FXTel, I don't know. Maybe it is just yours. Okay. Take 3, send. Oh, cool, check it out. Need to contact the master for that. It should say the master overseer. And then it printed out as a client called into post/game version, but this is not the master overseer. Time to schedule a doctor appointment? Yeah. There's a post on Reddit this morning about a guy who has tinnitus, and he said you really should be careful about listening to music or really anything when the volume's too loud. Oh yeah, or it's your headphones. Yeah, you should test it out on a YouTube video or something. Status code 500 is mostly an unhandled error. 405 is more logical. Method not allowed. Maybe forbidden or something. I don't know. So if I were making a public API, then yeah, these codes would matter. But honestly, I could use the 418 code. I'm a teapot for everything if I felt like it. Because I'm the only one who's going to press these buttons. This is for controlling what game version of the game is allowed. And you guys obviously shouldn't have access to that. So if it returns 500 instead of 405 or something like that, it doesn't really matter. There's a link. Okay, I think we're done. Let's check this in. Only allow master overseer to use admin APIs. Like setting game version or instantiating more game servers. It's definitely these headphones. Nice. Double win. No, a hardcore hat. I do appreciate that because if I were making a public API, it's good to have everything be consistent. But yeah, in this particular case, it's not. Yeah, for those of you with glasses, you should test this out at some point. Check this out. I don't know how many of you have seen this before. I have talked about this on stream before. If I knew how to make a rectangle in this, I'd be able to actually show you pretty quickly. Okay, now we need to fill it. There. Nope, not like that. Oh God, I don't know what I'm doing. How do you have it fill with... Alright, let's just use MS Paint, which I actually know how to use. I don't know how to make a rectangle in that. There we go. Alright, so here's your fun experiment for the day if you have glasses. All right, never mind. We're not going to do this. Anyway, glasses refract light differently depending on the wavelength of the light. That was it. But now you won't get an experiment because I'm sick of paint tools. So have I checked everything in here? Why you drink blood? Well, Artie, those with keen eyes will see that this is just a red bottle and not red liquid. You have uncommitted changes in infra constants. Hey, thanks, tool. So add message for replicating game server version. So commit and push that, and then we have unpushed changes in overseer and in infra test. Fine. Why is this not finishing? Oh, there it goes. Everything's just slow today. So let's push this too. And then infra test. There. So that should be everything. We can rerun this now. And we should see no red. Perfect. Look at that. It's green. It's everybody's favorite color when it comes to programming. Make sure the game server version is replicated. Done. Account servers need to know what the current game version is. Done. When the account server calls get defense, pass in the latest version so it can be saved. Refactor did attacker. Oh god, I don't want to do this. Allows set expected game server version to take in an option saying whether to delete replays and ongoing matches. Yeah, now we get into the real parts of this. I think this is the kind of thing I should do after lunch. Because I just got done with a bunch of stuff. If there's some like small thing I could tackle now, that would be okay. This is gonna be. Yeah, this is just gonna. It requires me to do this work. Step is needed before I can have matches be marked as canceled. If you were in a match when a game version is released and now there's no longer a match, the user needs to be told, sorry, game version was updated. Maybe the user should be told what the game version is? Is that already happening? I don't even know. Let's close out of all of these things and rerun all of the different servers. Start up that, start up that. Oh, this won't work though because it's expecting some weird version. Ugh. Let's go figure out what version it should be. Botland server disk staging game server packages 005. Okay, let's set it to that. 005 on 8079. Send, done. And then we start up everything else. And we should be able to connect. You have a new meme to show me about something you said earlier? Am I prepared? I guess as ready as I'll ever be. And yeah, Bobokin, I don't think that'll be possible for a while. All right. So, did we get game server version here at all? No. We didn't. This can change as we're playing though. But if it ever does get updated. Wow, why do I give you permission to do anything in chat? Why are you a moderator here? Oh man. I created this beast. So yeah, game server is not communicated right now. I'm just trying to think, is it necessary? What happens if I update versions while you're playing a game? Well, if I'm wiping out the game that you're playing, yeah. The way we detect this is if you've tried re-entering a game, or if you tried commencing a game that was in progress that is no longer up to date. Yeah, I saw that out there. All right, well, this is as good a time as any to type this out. Yeah, so I am going to be taking my lunch break pretty soon. Again, I know I do this pretty much every day, but I'm still going to tell you guys the whole parameters of this. It's 12:23 for me. My lunch breaks are usually about 30 minutes. I usually stream till about 5 p.m. So you'll have another 4 hours of stream when I get back. We're going to be working on the same general stuff, this refactoring, database stuff. Well, eventually, what I'd love to do is get to this point today. That would be great. But I don't know if that's going to be possible. We have a lot of steps leading up to that. You have to thank me for the memes. Yes, thank you, Wouter. Thank you so much. Oh, too bad. You have to get him tomorrow. Already typing out the lunch thing. Do you mind nuking all my points for BRB lunch? Let's see if that works. So Digitate, you're already on the list a bunch of times. It should add you another 2 times. Yeah, it did. Yeah. The bot PM'd you like 8 times. Oh man, that's been happening for a couple of people. Why though, Calic? It shows here that I whispered once. Is this a Twitch problem or my bot? Current task is getting ready for lunch. Can you show that list again? The lunch list? Yeah. Whoa, Skynet. It showed up 8 times for me, telling me I didn't have enough. Yeah, weird. Everyone's been commenting on that same number 8 too. And yet, Boken. Oh, it's Boken. There we go. Yeah, it says here it only whispered you once. Weird. I don't know what happened there. Huh. Okay, well, anyway, I'm gonna go take my lunch break. So, /w botlad lunch. Man, look at all these names. Here's everyone who made it on the lunch list for today. We'll set this to 35 minutes. I don't like it when the estimates are like super far off. All right, thank you guys for watching so far. Thanks for the crazy amount of subs this morning. And I'll see you guys after lunch. Oh, hey, Liquidor, the bug happened. Let me go look at the replay. Okay. So let's go take a look. Oh no, Bond. Oh man, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's my bad because I really should have coded that protection in sooner. I've done that before too, but I will definitely write that down. That'll be taken care of hopefully this week. It's a melee bug for sure. Okay, well we'll take a look at the replay. Do you know who you were playing against or what the replay ID is? And what account were you on? This is Liquidor 1. And you were playing against Avixator. Okay, so select ID from replays where attacker ID equals 18 and defender ID equals 3762. So let's take a look. Yeah, well, Hideo, fine. Fine. So we gotta watch that replay. .346. Okay, so what is it called when we hit the code timeout? It's called code timeout hit. Sounds reasonable. Huh, the code timeout was never hit. We really should store how many turns there were in this thing. Oh, wait a sec. This isn't necessarily... Oh, I think I know what could have happened. Yeah, this is where I need to fix something. And I think I know what caused this. But the only way for this to have happened is if there were multiple people playing today. There were 87 games today, so that probably means there were multiple people. Because what I think probably happened is the timeout was hit because probably multiple workers were working at the same time. Can I grep elapsed? Oh, check it out. We can. So here were all the last games that we had, and none of them hit the timeout. On script? No, this wasn't a script problem. This is very strange. Maybe more lines? Like, this happened pretty recently, right? Because every once in a while you see a triple digit number here. 122 milliseconds, 111, 237. These are not bad at all, though. Because the timeout is set to 1,000 milliseconds, and there's only one that even came, like, closer to that. That's 400 milliseconds. The next one's 350. I don't see anything that's in like the 900s or something. This hit the turn timeout. And in fact, this is, I think, the only one that hit the turn timeout. So we need to figure out what this is. Is there a way to get surrounding lines? Grep get surrounding lines. Dash B number. Yeah. So let's search for that. Grep 3001 dash B5. Whoops. Here. Who was this? ID 18. That's Obfuscator, right? No, that's Liquidor. And who are they playing against? Who are they playing against? 3896 apparently, which is not Obfuscator. What DB am I using? Yeah, it's MySQL. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently there was a match involving you, Liquidor, that did hit the timeout, but I don't think it wasn't that one. It couldn't have been. Yeah, weird. Okay, Liquidor, can you send your script to me? Yeah, definitely strange. What could have caused this? Did I eat already? Yeah, I did. So what happened here is one move took place, and that counted for 4% of the game. So it just looks like there were no more actions taking place, which means your bots just stopped doing stuff. But I don't know why they would have stopped. Oh, maybe this is a script problem for you. Huh. Yeah, thanks, Void Dreamer. How's the refactoring going? It was going pretty well. I think I'm making some good progress. One of the things that's been worrying me lately, and so I finally started meditating last night. I'm going to see how long I can keep this up for and how it affects my stream, because I think I've just let stress get to me too much. But one of the things that I've been thinking about is, here's how I describe this. Suppose you have a mountain of tasks, and let's just quantify this as being 100. And every day you do 0.1 progress units. That'll obviously take you 1,000 days to get done with the original mountain of tasks. And this is assuming you didn't generate any new ones in that time. So I don't know if this is what's happening to me. I don't know if I'm getting done with, like, I obviously have progress. I can tell that. I just don't know how much it is and how long it'll take to burn down the tasks that I have so far. So this would be obviously not as great as something like 0.5 tasks per day. And that would only take 200 days. So I don't know what's the best thing to focus on right now, but I do think this is important to do. How long do you do it for? I mean, I only did it for 15 minutes last night. So I'm probably going to try to stick with the 15 minutes at a time. Okay. You know what? I'm going to just look at this on screen. It's easier to do that, I think. So you have attack, recover, and movement. Oh, there's your problem. Yeah. Your attack code doesn't say to do anything when you can't find a bot. Yeah. So there's your issue. So here's what was happening. Your bots actually weren't attacking at the end. This is actually your problem. Watch this. So right here, hang on, how many tiles are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can see this bot can see this bot down here, so it's going to start zapping. Well, eventually it will. There we go. And now you have Inferno Zapper, I'm assuming? Yes, you do. So Inferno Zapper is what's doing damage to this. This is on fire, and it's taking exactly the amount of fire damage every turn. And then it stops being on fire, and then the match ends. So that's what's going on because... Where did your script go? Yeah, because you can't find an enemy bot, so you never try zapping or meleeing. Okay, cool. So that wasn't any bug. That's good to know. And yeah, at least we got to the bottom of this. Sorry, I originally said don't send me your script because I thought, no, this is the problem from earlier, but yeah. Oh well, I'm glad. That's not an issue. That's good. Alright, so moving on. You puppy umbrella. Okay, the next thing is this. We have did attacker forfeit in the database for no good reason. I don't know why I did this. I guess because I didn't want to change the... That's why. Yeah, I didn't want to change the schema. Oh, what a bad idea. So we need to change this to just match result. Right, because this is in replays right now. Attacker name, defender name. Yeah, outcome of match is what we should call this. So we could say game phase outcome here. Right now is either attacker 1, defender 1, and then there was another thing for the attacker forfeited or not. Yeah, I think we'll just have game phase outcome. Yeah, Syntonic, it's... this phenomenon is actually pretty interesting. If I have a to-do list that has like 1, 2, 3, those sorts of items, then yeah, maybe I won't do them sometimes, but I won't feel overwhelmed by it. It's when I have something like this where I just shut down. I don't even think at that point like, maybe I should just tackle 2 of these items. I just think, nope, there's 100, I can't do this, and I just stop. And that's really, really bad because overall how I look at the progress of Botland, and I've said this on stream before too, is it's like laying a brick wall. You just lay brick by brick every single day. Maybe some days you only lay half of a brick. Maybe some days you get 2 bricks. But you don't really see it progressing. All you know is how much work you did in that day. People look at the wall and they're like, oh yeah, it's still about half the way complete. So I'm just trying to get past that mentality of there's too much to do. I think prioritization is still really important. Break each item into 3 parts. Don't number the main list. Well, I don't really number my to-do list as it is. I guess technically there are line numbers which I've hidden. And what just happened with Sublime there? Weird. Okay, so we'll change this to table.integer. Match outcome. Outcome? How about just outcome? What I do is not look at the 100, but set my goal of the day to the 10. Then I know if I repeat my days like that. Well, the issue is that my to-do lists aren't static. And you guys saw this on Friday. I set out doing something, and in doing that, it unwound into so many other tasks. Oh wow, Syntonic. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I've been trying to work more on Thursdays and on Saturdays. I don't know how sustainable it is, but I think meditation's really going to help. So yeah, I just started last night. I don't know if I had any significant impact. I was in a pretty good mood this morning though. And I think being in a good mood as a person who streams is pretty important because there are lots of things that can get you down. Why is it not showing anything for you in Sublime Text? I have package control installed. Doesn't show any options if I type in pack or anything like that. You're thinking of Control Shift P, Kahitar. So Control P is navigate to file. Control Shift P is like the settings panel. So Control Shift P is what I would do for word wrap or something like that. Control P is what I would use for going to my to-do list. And A Quiet Russian, I generally agree with that, except market forces are very different. So let's say Botland got done 10 years from now. At that point, people are probably not going to want to play this kind of game any longer. So when it comes to personal progress, yeah, I think that's great. If it came to just completing this project, that'd also be great. But I think there is some sort of time constraint with Botland as well. Also, hi, I quiet Russian. Okay, so we have outcome. We are going to say what this is. This is of type. Do we have regular constants here? We don't. And the database shouldn't have needed to know about this, but I feel like we're just going to do that now. Constants.game phase outcome. So did attacker win and did attacker forfeit are going away completely. Okay, so I'm gonna go shut down everything so I don't forget to restart everything. We're gonna wipe it all out. So same thing, drop the database too. Drop database botland. Close out of these servers. There. So everything's wiped out. Now we need to go get rid of did attacker win and did attacker forfeit because we've lumped them into one thing now. This is going to be tough because every single thing that calls this stuff, save game results. What does this return? Okay. You used to have them for a couple months. Meditate 30 minutes every morning. Just sit there, no sound, no nothing, just look and relax. Now I'm exhausted and tired because I haven't. Yeah, one of the things. So what sparked this interest again? I'd had it when I went to India actually, and then I I read a Reddit post yesterday. It said something like, I don't know. It basically just said mindful meditation is not about forcing yourself to do something. It's just being mindful and being aware of when your thoughts start to drift. And a lot of people said, "Oh, I've been doing this for 15 minutes a day or for an hour a day, and I've noticed so many benefits." I wanted to know what those benefits were that people started seeing. I guess it's just, in general, probably you're managing your stress better, so every other part of your life is affected because you have less stress. It's like if you're only getting 1 hour of sleep every day, everything else is probably going to suffer. So when you say, "I started sleeping for 6 hours a day, and I see so many benefits," it probably really is almost every part of your life gets better. But I was wondering if there's any more specific thing that people could share with me. Running out of money. Some VCs are wanting to give you money, but I feel like it's not the right time yet. Some really good leads for initial customers, and meanwhile, I'm thinking about taking a contract job. Yeah, I think something will work out, Santonic. I really hope so for you. I think taking a contract job is not a bad idea, but maybe there's another way you can get funding. Maybe you could do a Kickstarter. Okay, so this needs to change. This changes to just outcome. Then determine replace save information is going to be different. Here it is. DB replays. We currently don't care about anything in here other than the time of finishing the game. So that part's fine. So did attacker win isn't really needed from here. But it's okay to have it. In fact, we probably should just get rid of it, right? Yeah, let's just delete these. They're not used. Only the ID and the time of finishing game is used. Time of finishing game is here. And ID is there. Yeah. Okay. So that's one instance. We are done with one spot. Let's go do some more. Oh, we only have 4 more. And then we have some of the forfeit ones too. So insert did attacker win, did attacker forfeit. This is where things need to change. So save game results. All right. Did attacker win and did attacker forfeit. Here we change this to outcome and we delete that one. Now did attacker win. We just say outcome. There. Now anything that called save game results needs to be updated. I'd say I just feel more calm, less stressed. Coding specifically, I feel more zoned in to where I'm making less errors. Nice. Definitely nice. Just a bummer that fundraising is such a huge time sink. I really want to make the product better. Yeah, man, this is one of those classic things. I went on a walk with a friend of mine one day, and he told me that he had a friend who was also doing the video game thing, and he got to the point where the game was done, and it turned into marketing. And he said he had to spend some amount of time writing a blog post or coming up with an ad campaign or something like that, and it was not something he wanted to do, but someone needed to put in the work to do that. And yeah, that's the problem. You, Money drives a lot of this because you can always hire what you don't want to do with money, but money runs out at some point, and that's kind of happening for Botland too. Although I am still in budget. Thank you, Void Dreamer. Oh, come on, EJ, that's pretty great. I just, oh, EJ posted that originally? Really? Where did he post it? Oh, how did I miss that? Oh, months and months ago? Wait, I gotta write all this down. I thought you did? Man, I don't think Void Dreamer knows what's real anymore. Remember that time where you thought you told us that you lost your ID badge and it turned out to just be a crazy coincidence? Anyway, I gotta actually get to coding this. But that was all quite funny. Thank you very much. So did attacker win and did attacker forfeit? So we're gonna say outcome here is constants.gamePhaseOutcome dot attacker forfeited. These are not integers. This is not good. We need to normalize this data. Whoa! We're for ya. Thanks for the bits. 300 kappas. You've been watching a lot of ads lately? Yeah, this part won't work. The outcome right now is a game phase outcome. The problem is that they are strings, not integers. I wonder if I should just use an enumeration package or something. Alternatively, what I could do is I could change this to be something like, this is kind of silly, but we could say something like name ID I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like any of this. What do I mean with normalizing data? Excuse me. What I mean is, in the database, instead of saving strings like attacker1 and defender1, I should save these as something like 0 and 1. And then the database should have some table, if it needed to, that could read what 0 and 1 mean. Oh, thanks, Orphoria. this is an issue. So solution number one would be change the DB column to be string so that we can just store it. I think that's a bad idea. Solution number two is come up with some translation layer in the application that converts to an integer. Solution number three is solution number three could be hash the strings. I think this is really the idea I should do here. Wait, for 20 points. Greedily holds out his hand. If I were to do that though, so here's one potential way I could do this. The other way is something like export const game phase outcome db id. I could do something like this. There's probably a precedent for me doing this too. Or I could just set them to 0, 1, 2, and 3 here. Let's see where this is used. It's really only where is it printed out. Does it really matter? So far, it doesn't look like it matters too much. Match result, we'd have to look at that. Yeah, no, I think we should be fine. Okay, yeah, let's change it to that. It's not a bad idea, but then we can never modify this again. Which maybe that means this is a bad idea. If you could snap your fingers right now and make one thing better about Botland that you think would get it closer to beta, what do you think it would be? I don't know. I think it's tough to say. I really think stabilizing the code base is what's most important. There are so many bugs. It's hard to proceed with certain features because there are things I've needed to refactor. And at some point, you've got something along the lines of like refactor A so that B can work. And then you realize, okay, no, there's actually refactor X so that A can work. And then this just keeps going on, like refactor Y so that X can work. And then finally, you need to use Y. Or I guess you need to use B. And you're like, well, all right, it's gone on for long enough. Now we need to go refactor A and X and Y. And then we can finally do what I wanted to do here. And so that's happening for a couple of different things where I'm like, it's about time I go work on this feature, but I shouldn't do that until I fix that database bug. But that database bug is relying on me fixing the schema for that table. And so, yeah, that's what February is all about, too. That's for me to fix all these outlying problems. It's simple TypeScript. I could just change game phase outcome to point to integers instead of strings. I worry that someday I'll change the order or remove them or want more functionality and I won't have it. Oh, I think I've seen that bother. You know, I read something interesting about Reddit, which is that so one of the things that's against the rules is vote manipulation. And one of the ways that you subtly affect vote manipulation is, let's say I were to bring up a post that I made on Reddit and I was like, "Oh, hey, check this out, guys." Like, I am kind of manipulating votes if I do that. Now, granted, I haven't done that, but that was the kind of thing I was thinking would be helpful for releasing botland. So I guess I gotta avoid doing that because I don't want to break the rules. Okay, I think we can just change this. We can just change this to something like 0 and this to 1, 2, and 3. Note, these numbers get saved into the database, so don't change them or delete them without carefully considering how they're stored. Okay, well, with that in mind, now they are just integers. So this is not attacker did not win, it's just that the game was forfeited. Is it okay if you tell everyone to look at it? Yeah, I don't know where you draw the line on this, because really there are probably a bunch of people out there who really don't care about the rules and are just going to outright manipulate it. But in general, I'd like to try to avoid this as much as possible. I think it's okay to advertise the Botland subreddit. So if you go to bot.land and click Reddit, you'll find a bunch of posts that nobody ever reads. They have a maximum of 5 upvotes. That's it. And look at how many of these have 2, and I'm one of them. So most of them nobody even reads, I think. And granted, I'm not very active there or anything. Okay, so the outcome is here. Let's search for the rest of this. Man, I've been sneezing a lot since lunch. It's a did attacker win. This is in get replay brief information. So this is changing too. Oh, nice, Digite. Nice, nice, nice. I'm not hungry. I ate a good lunch. Nice try for you. No, I don't know actually what you're doing, so it probably wasn't a try. You probably succeeded. But I don't know. So get replay brief information is done on the server, and that is done by get battle log. Get battle log needs to know what happened, so that means the client, whenever it fetches the battle log, fetch battle log. Replay info. This is such a terrible idea. Set battle log entries. Yeah, this is all gonna have to change. Yeah, oh yeah. This is not good. And then there's battle log entries that probably make use finally of did attacker win. Yep. This is just bad news. So did attacker win. There's no did attacker forfeit though. But this needs to be changed to just outcome anyway. Hey Weedly. Long time no Seedly. How you doing? Proof? Oh yeah, cool. And I remember you telling us about this tool too. Alright, did attacker win? This changes to outcome. So message We can actually give a proper message now. So we need constants for that. Yeah, fine. I don't know if that's the right path. We'll find out later. Constants.gamePhaseOutcome dot did attacker win. No, it's called attacker won. So if the attacker won, then we say this. If the defender won, or if it was a stalemate. Defender won, stalemate. And then attacker forfeited. What did I write for that? Yeah, that. There. So then message equals messages this dot props dot outcome. Weedley 93 unmodded Weedley 93. Why? Why do you do this? I'll make a wave of unhappy faces for you. Okay, we'll need to test this out. Get replay brief information. This is just going to change the outcome. And finally this, account server unit test. Oh, this is super old. Yeah. Nah, I'll just say throw a new error here. I changed the replay format. Oh my god. Format to have outcome instead of did attacker win. These tests are probably just never going to run again anyway. Not active enough to be a mod. But you could have still kept your sword. Man, that means 3 of my mods have actually stepped down from being mods, and I expect basically nothing of my mods. So what does that tell you? Although I think Mike might be a mod again now. Yeah, no, I guess EJ commented on this too. I've never seen anyone unmod themselves as much as they do in this chat. How fast can I type? Hey, Jim Morrison. That fast. Okay, so did attacker win is now gone. We need did attacker forfeit. This is here. So downloaded replay. Yeah, so I guess what we get is the outcome. If the outcome is equal to constant.gamePhaseOutcome.did attacker forfeit. That's not even what it's called. It's attacker forfeited. Okay, so things to test. One is look at battle log for a defender win, a stalemate, an attacker win, and a forfeit. Try watching a replay from, wait a second, what? Yeah. What other things do I need to test here? I guess look at the database. See, Adam got the updated modern rulebook. All right. Yeah, let's test all this out. I'm going to start from scratch here. We're going to drop the database. We already did that. We're going to recreate it, use botland, go back and restart every single endpoint. And now we can test it out. So first of all, did everything start up correctly? Yes, 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 and yes. So why is this not starting? Probably because of a build error. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's the wrong path. I had a feeling it would be the wrong path. I just don't know what the right path is. Where did that come from? Here? No, here. No, wait, what? Okay, I clearly don't remember where I put this. Here it is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Okay, cool. So we make a defense. And we need to test every possible combination of this stuff. So let's test out number 1 here. So number 1 will be, actually let's just follow what we have written here for test. So 1 will be defender 1, 2 will be stalemate. That's not going to be possible, is it? We'll worry about stalemates later. 2 will be attacker 1, 3 will be attacker forfeit in phase 0, and then 4 will be attacker forfeit in phase 1. No, Badur. No, that won't work. Either something pink or a drink, but I won't accept a sink. Not Dr. Seuss over here. So defender 1, all we need to do is make bots that do nothing. There. Uh-oh. It broke. Well, that was bound to happen. Did attacker win is not defined. Oh, goody. No. Save game results. Did attacker win? Where does this... Aw, man. Alright. Yeah, I need to know whether the defender won. Always think. How could the attacker win and forfeit? Why do they even do things this way? And not did attacker forfeit. This probably exists in 2 spots. So the attacker wins if the outcome is equal to game phase outcome, attacker won. And that's it. That's the only time the attacker wins. Every other thing is considered that the defender won. So we can just get rid of this stuff. Alright. That should fix this. Yeah, okay. Aw, Horforia. That's why I like you as a viewer. You type things like this into chat. No, I'm kidding. Really though, that's why I said earlier when that guy was asking about how do I write a math hack for CS:GO or something. I think it's always good to ask questions. 50% of my name is A's. Yeah, you bet. Okay, let's try this out again. So we hit commence. Outcome cannot be null. No error provided. Oh, I must not be saving this. No, that's not right. Save game results. Oh, I forgot to fix this one. Whoops. Outcome of phase is what we want. Well, why is this here? Yeah, I see. There. Yeah, X pixel. And hey, smooth dog. Thanks for you. Oh, multiple quarters. You're not going to do the whole try to find all the secret bits messages? Thank you too, Digite. I'm not ignoring donations. Or bits messages, I guess. I said thank you to everybody. I very much appreciate it. He's got too much money. No, that is not the case. Oh, hey, Ramy. Okay. Chat's ganging up on me right now. You know, you talk about resentment. You got the wrong direction here. You thought it was me resenting you guys. It's you guys resenting me. You watch to just see when he's going to make a mistake. When's this whole project just going to crumble? That's what's going on. Don't think I don't know. All right, let's try this again. So we do this. We go attacking. I am not a sellout. I do appreciate the bits, Digite. And the lights are pretty much never going to stop flashing, huh? Am I not logged in as a Ray user here? Uh-oh. No reference row 2. Cannot add or update a child row. A foreign key constraint fails. Game version. References ID. Oh my god. Yeah, jeez. There's so many pieces that need to come together here. So now it should work? No, it still doesn't. What's going wrong here? I think we need to restart both of these so that a game version makes it into the database. And then ideally this would work. There it goes. Okay, cool. So yeah, step 1 is make bots that lose the game. And before this caused a crash, as soon as I pressed U, okay, it worked. So that's step number 1. Now we go look in the database to see if it got saved correctly. So select star from replays /G. Outcome is 2. So that should mean that the defender won. Is that correct? Defender won, yes, perfect. Okay, so that's step 1. Step 2 is the attacker wins. So we make bots that actually win the game. Select melee thrusters, good. Perfect. Nope, not perfect anymore. No. What happened? What did happen? Wow, and Perry. Sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. Alligator weapons. The CPU doesn't exist. Well, I mean, that makes sense. But then, why is the match still going on? There's probably some did attacker win getting set somewhere. And it's got to be on the client. There's only a problem on the client. Oh boy, I don't know. Let's look at simulate, no, what's it called? Commence. So we call into here, we get a response. The response has, nothing helpful in it. What knows whether we want or not? Apparently not this. Journal like game result. Maybe it's that. Oh, thanks, Liquidor. Yeah. Bits really seem to compound every time people start cheering. I'll have to take a look at that later, Syntonic. So let me think about this. Either the journal is getting the wrong outcome in it, or the client isn't handling this correctly. It could be any number of things. Let's see if there's any problem when I refresh the page. What stage is the game at in percent-wise? Is there going to be a wipe? So the game is in alpha. The way this generally, so I'll give you a brief timeline of this. September 8th, 2015, I started development and the stream. And then January 30th, 2017, I released the alpha version. So everything at this point is obviously in the future now. April or May of 2017 will probably be the beta version. And then I'm hoping like July-ish would be the release. So percentage-wise, I guess you could say the game is about like 70% done, something like that. Because it's been, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, but EJ in general, there's, anyway, yeah. And thanks, Bojangles. That's definitely something bothered. I'm trying to think of where I should set a breakpoint here. I think it should be in commence game, and we should figure out what's actually happening here. Probably right there. Okay, let's try this again. So this is a brand new game. We commence game once. Cool. Oh, and that was it. And then it errors. Oh my god. I didn't realize I'd win the game. Alright, well that was a mistake. And now it's just going to error every single time. How did they cheer 25? 25 is the minimum you can cheer for. Okay, does the journal have an outcome? I guess we deserialize this and then we see. Cached game result is null. But at some point we're going to have get game result. Journal.get game result. How does this work? Okay, no, that's perfect. It's exactly what I want. And it's still null. What? Oh, num phase recorded 0? That can't be right. Yeah, weird. Okay, that's fine. What about this? It's still null. What is going on? This should be impossible. The last journal entry says what? End of phase. But what, it's not the end of the game? That's probably the reason why this is failing. Yeah, I think that is the reason why this is failing. I just don't understand it. I can't win as an attacker. I'm getting an end of phase marker, but no end of game marker. Well, Digite, now that cheering controls my lights, I don't think it's a good idea for me to lower that limit. Because then with 100 bits, you could just cheer one a whole bunch of times, and my lights will never stop changing. Yeah, I am not sure why this is happening. Let's look through the code and see if there's anything obvious here. It could be anything though. In fact, let's do another search really quickly. Did attacker win is one of the big things that changed, and did attacker forfeit is another thing that changed. And then because of that, I changed get replay brief information, which I already updated. So the issue would be how Game Simulator produces results. Cheering controls my life. No, Liquidor. Well, whose stream do you think this is? But thank you for the bits. Can we at least test defenses here? Does anything work? So that works just fine. All right, see you, Bother. Thanks for joining in. Man, I don't even know. I don't know how I screwed this up. All right, let's try this. Maybe there's going to be some obvious linter error that I just neglected. No, there isn't. Okay, well then let me think about it from a different point of view here. Antimatter tape. I think part of the reason why is because I've already said I'm probably wiping out the database tomorrow or the next day. So a lot of people just haven't been playing because what's the point if they're going to lose their progress? So I don't know if there ever was an end of game marker. But I do know that the game results can't be computed. I don't know why that is. What would help, I think, is printing this out. Wait, does this already do that? Outcome of phase 0. Oh, you know what I never checked for? If this is ever in a string anywhere, because that would definitely screw this up. No. No. Defender one? Oh my god, wait. Okay, let's go restart everything again. I want to make sure that this is all the newest code. It should be. So I don't care about that in particular. All right. Now it's gonna break in. We run this again. It says null, so it's gonna totally just break on us. Maybe I should just take a look at how this function works again. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Get number of phases recorded. How many were recorded? Should be 2. Yeah, it is 2. Okay, so outcome of last phase is the last entries. So I get number 199's args. And it is an array of nothing. that doesn't seem right. End of phase marker. It's got nothing in it. Oh, is that the problem? Add to journal. End of phase marker. Outcome of phase. What is going on? This used to be a string and now it's not. And okay, I still haven't actually come to the bottom of this, but this is definitely fishy. Yeah, there's no arguments here. Add action args. I wonder if the issue... So attacker 1 is 0, and that's what should be getting added here. I wonder if passing in 0 somehow breaking this. There it is. Yeah, right there. Look at that. Ridiculous. Wow. This is a bug I never would have thought I'd see. So what's happening is, and this is why you should never ever use this syntax, but back when args was supposed to be an array, it would have made sense. So if you have a function, let's say you said add 5 to some number. And you're like, you know what? I want number to be equal to whatever the number was. Or let's say we'll give it a default value of 10. And then you say return 5 plus number. So you call add 5 to 5 and it gives you 10. Add 5 to 6, it gives you 11. 7, it gives you 12. Well, then you're like, hey, what happens when I add 5 to 0? And it gives you 15, and you're like, what? How did that happen? And it's because 0 or anything equates to whatever the anything is over here. Because 0 is just considered false. So this was a mistake. And there's a very easy fix. And it's a Lodash function. Which is what? Default. Check value to determine whether a default value its return to value is nan, null, or undefined. Yeah. So we say this. We change this to default to args there. Yeah, so Pawn, when I was at my, there's some thresholds for getting subscriber emotes. When you have 0 subscribers to like 25 or something, you get, I'm just making up numbers, 4 emotes. When you have like 26 to 50, you get 6 emotes or something like that. I have however many emotes you got when you were at above 100. So like 100 to 250, I think. And I was only above 100 for like a week. So I just threw in a couple more emotes. And now I can still use them even though I'm not above 100 subscribers anymore. Cheating the system. No, I'm not cheating the system. But that's why they're just duplicates, because I didn't have any other emotes. Okay. So I wonder if we should search for this in general and how we would do it. Probably space pipe space dot star semicolon. This would find a whole lot of stuff though. So in general, yeah, a lot of these are strings. Process.env, I don't think that's a big deal. This doesn't matter, this doesn't matter. You know, I guess the other thing we care about is an equals sign in there somewhere. So let's search for that again, but an equals sign. And just a single equals sign actually. So we want a space before it. And probably a space after it. Okay, this is much more manageable. Yeah, like this. This shouldn't be done. In fact, this is probably a bug, right? Chip ID or that. Yeah, chip ID should have been this way. This is a little bit more difficult because we don't necessarily have either of these defined. Why do you stand all the time? I'm actually sitting right now. The high pitch up. Find and replace with regex. That's a bad idea. I'm debating on whether I should change this line. I don't know. I think if anyone ever complains about mouse wheel handlers acting weird, then we could change that. But I think these other ones are pretty much fine. If it's not a number or if next phase to simulate is 0. Yeah, a lot of these are fine, I think. We could put this here. Anything else? No, I think the rest of these are okay. Yeah, now we're getting into tests, which should be fine. Yeah, I don't think any of these matter at this point. Cool. Okay, well, we found probably one real issue there. Well, back to testing. Let's try this out because I don't think any of this works. So let's drop the database again. Recreate the database. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go restart everything. Or is Hideo's emote previewer thing? What's the advantage of using default to as opposed to the ternary operator? Is that what you're saying? When you say this, do you mean something like condition, question mark, if true, otherwise if false? So default to, I think it cuts out the confusion that you might have. So not a number, I don't know if this is, yeah, not a number is considered false, but something like, I don't know. Yeah, there's actually a difference in behavior here. So let's say you had a number, var number equals 0, and you wanted to say, hey, if I didn't pass in a number, I want to default it to 42. So this will be set to 0 still. But if you say var number equals 0, number equals number, this will be 42 at this point. And we can verify that. Yeah. So they have different behaviors. That's why you wouldn't use the question mark. Hopefully that makes sense, chimpanzee. Tried to make a bug emote. I don't think it works very well on the light theme though. It looks sort of like a gem on the light theme. Okay, let's test it. So we go make a defense. Then we beat the defense. Actually, first we lose to it. Can't even do that. Default to is not a function. Oh my god, when did they add this? I'm apparently not using a new enough Lodash to get default to. Since 4.14. Okay, what version am I on? 4.14 apparently. 4.6. Well, well, well. What are they up to? 4.17.4? I guess we gotta install this everywhere. This actually should not be a problem, updating Lodash. Who cares about looking at breaking changes? We'll just run our tests. I really should install this everywhere because I use it everywhere. This is where everything blows up. No, no, definitely not. Hi, Spider Dead. So far, so good. And then we just rerun everything. Easy peasy. And don't let anybody say otherwise. All right, you ready? So we click the commence button. Default to is not a function still. That's okay. It's just lying to us. It meant in the client. Totally fine. Totally fine. All right. This is probably a real issue at this point. Did I not install it in the client? Oh, there's one other place I need to install it. Wait, no. There's no package JSON here. dir/s package JSON. Oh. There is a package JSON. And it doesn't have Lodash, though. Maybe that's the issue? Or maybe it said it was supposed to be here. Yes. Found it. And by the way, Better Twitch TV doesn't use Frankerface emotes, right? Frankerface Z is a different extension. Okay, this should finally work, I hope. Oh my god. What is going on? I wonder where it's trying to use this and can't. Let's find out. New journal entry. Journal entry is shared code. Did you see 4.13.x after your list? Yeah, you did, but that was in other modules. Something's wrong here. I don't know what. Maybe this thing just crashed? No, those are fine. Okay, node A equals required journal entry. That doesn't exist. Unexpected token export. Oh, great. No further up. I always saw it in modules, and here, of course, in the game server, but then I updated it in the game server. Did I not? Yeah, npm install. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I'm not sure why this is still failing, because I should have updated all the references that mattered. Let's run this again and try it out. We could just test it from main, probably. It's still happening. I wonder if there's a way to get the version that this thinks we're on. Let's refresh the page and try again. Alright, so there's no default. Oh, hey, there it is, version 4.6.1. Yeah, why? Why? Why would that be? Well, when in... Oh, actually, I know why. Yeah, I know why. Here's how we could fix this. This is the typical, just type 5 semicolon, and then we'll pick up the new node modules, so everything will just work fine solution. Got it. Problem solved. All right, great. So now we can just get rid of that. Okay, now there's something weird going on here. These are cloaked somehow. Oh, because it thinks a phase was already played out. And a phase was already played out. Yeah, nice. Yeah, maybe someday. Oh, Gary Oldman. All right, cool. So that was number one. Let's test it out. Select blah, blah, blah from blah, blah, blah. Here it is. Outcome is 2. Perfect. So now we need to win. This wasn't working before. So we make bots that win the game as opposed to the ones we made that suck. And we put down a few of these. Great. We put down a few more of those. This should win it for us. Perfect. Yep. So we won. Now we select this and we should see an outcome of 0. That's attacker 1. Perfect. Then we forfeit in the first phase. So we just hit forfeit immediately. And we should see an outcome of 3, I think. Outcome of 1. Is that correct? Attacker forfeited? Yes. And then we need a stalemate. Stalemate is option number 3. Stalemates are pretty hard to do because I need to make it so that I don't win, but neither do they. Let's put a bot down here and see what happens. Aw, man. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Well, we can trick it. We can buy cloaking. And no, we already have cloaking. Nice. So we buy cloaking and then we just set ourselves to cloak first. And actually that's it. Then we just stand still. It should work. You can do it. Yes, perfect. Now we just have to wait out the clock. Excellent. This won't take forever at all. And there's our stalemate. So that should have an outcome of 3. Rip encoder. Outcome 3. Can't you just make attackers and defenders that don't do anything at all get a stalemate? Yeah, I can. That bug is weird. So that bug actually wasn't weird if you understand what's going on underneath. I'll explain it quickly because it does seem like it's just magic. So here's what happened. I was using code like this. Function that did not exist in the version I had. So I was trying to call a function that didn't exist. Then what I did is I did npm install -save low-at version I needed. Again, I'm cutting out some, this isn't really the name, and this isn't really the command I used. But I installed the version I needed, and then I tried running the game again. And what did I observe? The bug was still there. Why did I observe that? And here's the important part, is because running this install command does not trigger to Webpack that I need to rebuild anything. What does trigger to Webpack that I need to rebuild anything is any change anywhere in my code. So if I just make a comment here and afterward I type like 5 semicolon and I save this, you can see it's triggering a new build. So that's why a seemingly useless change caused me to get the modules in, because when I do trigger a new build, it looks through, oh, wait a second, you're requiring a new module. Oh, I need to export this to that folder too. But it wasn't doing that before. Yeah, now it rebuilds it again and we're good. The UI didn't say stalemate. No, the concept of stalemate is as far as the attacker's concerned, it's a loss. And no problem, SHB. Can you tell Webpack to monitor your node modules directory? Probably, but I don't really get bitten by this bug too frequently. Okay, so now we need to go look at the battle log. We should see everything correctly. So the first time the defender won, then the next time the attacker won, then the attacker forfeited in phase 0, and then the attacker forfeited in phase 1. No, wait, did they? What happened in here? No, there are 3 phases here. Oh, that was a stalemate. Right. I never did a forfeit in the other one. Yeah, but this is a forfeit. There's no replay. There's no associated replay, despite there being a replay button. I know it's a bug because the attacker forfeited before playing even a single phase. It still counts as a win for you. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, same outcome. Okay, so now we need a forfeit in a non-zero phase. So we log in, we attack, we don't win. Let's put these over here so that they get killed quickly. There. Now we forfeit. And now when we log in as Adam 1, Adam forfeited 4 seconds ago, but we have a replay here. But it only has one phase. And in this phase, you don't see that I won because it was a forfeit. So this might be confusing from the UI, but at least here it says they forfeited. I don't know if I should change the messaging on that or whatever, but we'll do that eventually. We'll worry about that later. So yeah, I think that's everything. Is that all the tests that I had too? Look at the battle log and the database for all this stuff. Try watching a replay. Yep. Think it all worked. I think that's it. Whew. All right. Refactoring is finally done. For that at least. You can watch forfeits. Okay, so you could always do this. If someone forfeited after having played a phase, you could always have watched it. If someone forfeited before playing out any phases, there was nothing to replay because they didn't do anything. So I didn't change that functionality. I just refactored it so that it uses some constants that already existed. Wow, this changed a lot. And I needed to update Lodash for this. Alright, so did attacker win, went away. Outcome is there. Cool. That stuff's mostly the same. Looks good, looks good. Great. Also great. Updated Lodash. This is a totally separate bug. We don't want to check that in yet. That's good. That's good. This actually worked just fine. Yeah, cool. This is also technically a different bug fix. More Lodash updates. Yep. Yeah, this is actually important for fixing this. So it looks like it's part of the other bug fix, but it's not. Alright, so refactor did attacker win and did attacker forfeit. These flags were used in combination to figure out the outcome of a match. Despite that I had a game phase outcome enumeration set up already. I'm now using the enum. Also, I fixed a bug. Oh my god, wait a second. This right here. Is there any other place this might have been a bug that I just never realized? If I ever tried specifying the number 0 as an argument, it always would have defaulted to an empty array. Oh man, how could this have ever happened though? The only time is when it calls add to journal. So new journal entry is only called from add to journal. Yeah, so then journal.add, and I don't think this is ever a problem. Yeah, so add to journal. Yeah, I don't think this is ever a problem. So here it was, because we didn't have an array. This didn't have any arguments, and then route is the last one. Route is called all over the place. So it's dot route parenthesis. There. So not a problem, not a problem. wait a second. Tick count, type, and args. Action args. So it's just the second argument and add to journal there. And that's what route calls into. But that's ... args. So it's only when exactly one argument is specified, and that could be a number. So are there any places where that happens? So no, more than one argument, more than one, more than one, more than one. Here. Here. Activate internal. Oh my god, I know why this bug was never hit. Oh man, this is an incredibly subtle thing. Okay, so here's what's happening. Alright, so this is the type of thing that happened. So this is something along the lines of like laser fired. Or, I don't know, like regenerate life or something like that. And then this is the thing that regenerated life, typically. If this is ever 0, it would have been a bug. However, this refers to a bot. And the only way for bots to exist is if the CPU exists. And the CPU is always created first. Since it's created first, it always has the ID of 0. So this could never have been a bug. But that's just pure luck that it wasn't a bug. There might be other cases where if you targeted the CPU, it might have been a problem, but I kind of doubt it. But still, I'm going to look through these quickly. Like this, for example. Uncloak entity. Yeah, so if the CPU could ever be cloaked, this could have been a bug. But it can't be right now, so it's not a bug. Yeah, what about this? Entity no longer on fire. This actually was a bug. Yeah, because the CPU could be on fire. And for all I know, this is what was causing those really, really weird issues we came across. Wow. What about this? No, that didn't matter. Destroy shield. No. 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 What is this? Import defense. Yeah, well, I fixed this anyway, but man, this in the process I fixed a very subtle bug. I was doing this dot args equals args or empty array when adding a journal entry. If args was ever a single number, then it's possible that it could have been 0. And in that case, the argument would have been rejected entirely because 0 or this is equal to an empty array. Most of the time, I don't think this bug had any manifestation because we typically route IDs of entities, and the CPU is always the entity with ID equals 0. With fiery weapons used on the CPU though, but I'm not sure. And people have been reporting some kind of weird bugs sometimes, and I don't think they were typically using fiery weapons. But yeah, upgraded low dash also, right? Did you run tests? I did not run the test. No, thank you for reminding me. $20 of these were failing before. And surprisingly, only 14 are failing now. That's because of this. REST server port of undefined. Oh my god. Oh, it's just a whole other set of nonsense that's going on here. Yeah, alright. Well. How many tests passed? 334. Yeah, I don't think I broke anything new. Yeah. Well, that's that. So next up, we're on here. Allows set expected game server version and take in an option saying whether to delete replays and ongoing matches. Hi, Rami. Okay, so this is something I need to write down in OneNote. But where do I write this? Playing a game, crash flow, update flow, update flow. Update flow was broken as soon as I switched to game server clusters instead of instances, so this entire section's out of date. Oh, this is gonna be fun. The overseer performs health checks on the game servers every so often. They report their versions and health check responses. When the overseer notices that a game server's reported version is not the same as the expected version, it will re-provision the game server as long as the game server's state is ready for game. That way we don't pull people out of a game in order to update the server. It's kind of still the same case, I guess, assuming the above conditions are met. Wow, this is complex. I think all of the infrastructure that is complex here, and I guess it's trying to solve some tough bugs that could happen. But hey, again, Sound of Gaming. Wow. Okay. Well, this is kind of correct. The issue that I need to add in is when I set the expected version. So note the way that, well, I guess this goes as step number 1. I call into the overseer REST admin REST API to set a particular game version number as the expected number. Alright, so there's a key detail that I'm missing here. Oh yeah, wiping out replays and matches. Update flow document to say how replays and matches are wiped out. Okay, well, let's try this out. So right now, the way that things work, and is there a way to close all these tabs at once? I always forget how to do this. I guess I can just do that and say don't save for everything. There. Right now, the way that things work is we can set the expected game server version to a particular number, which, by the way, we might as well say 000 and save this for right now. So we can set it to a particular number. They'll detect that they're out of date, but I think we need a new parameter here that says something like destroy replays and matches. This is incredibly destructive, though. Then we can just set it to true here. Hey, Extorty. All right, I gotta think about this for a second. Yeah, when true, truncate replays entirely. When true, save results of all outstanding matches. Is game canceled by server. Make sure to mark the users as still being able to play games, i.e. delete their last defense copy. Oh man, this is gonna be tough. If you were to match, yeah, and update the flow document. Okay, so I think this argument should be called something like wipe out existing, or maybe even just compatible. We'll say destroy old version data. I don't know what to say here. I'll just say destroy replays and matches. I think that's the most explicit for right now. All right, so we have this API. Where's this defined? In here, admin rest server. Yeah. So this is going to take in destroy replays and matches equals rec.body.destroy replays and matches. And that needs to be a Boolean, but we don't actually have a way of doing that exactly. I need to say const util equals require frontend util. Hey, comp geek. Sorty, I don't know about a tool to do it, but if you just do a search for it, you should find a bunch of the settings that you might want to change, and someone's probably written a program for it. Although chances are if you're doing this, it's because you don't trust Microsoft, so why should you trust some arbitrary program you're downloading from the internet to fix what you didn't trust about Microsoft? However, there are a bunch of articles for at least just toggling some values about what gets sent to Microsoft. Okay, so here's where we do is true or string true, which I wonder if Lodash has a function for this. It's a very simple function. But yeah, here's where I do this. There. Trust no one. Is there like a boolean.parse or something? Not really. Which, that's fine. I already wrote my own function. I just want to see if they'd added one here. There's probably some better way to do this. Nah, I don't really care. So in the case that you have this thing set, then not only do we set the expected game server version, but we destroy all the stuff that it used to have. Where else is it called from? A couple of places. Boolean.parse is built into JS. Really? Why did I write my own function for this? Wait, you're a liar. You're a filthy liar. Well, there's value of. I wonder if that's there. No, that's not what I want. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I already have a function for this. Do you have any good ideas for beginner projects in Python? I'm trying to think of something simple but having a hard time. So I don't know what you would consider simple necessarily, but why don't you do this? Look at any website or any program that you like and take one piece of functionality from it. So for example, let's say you enjoy, I don't know, you really like how Git works and you want to be able to compare the contents of two files. So typically, I don't know if I have a diff program on my computer. Yeah. So if we were to take, like, what do we call it? Sound of gaming. Let's say echo hello world to a.txt and echo goodbye world to b.txt, diff a and b. So like, okay, here's the thing. It said that these lines are just very different. And that's it. But what if you were to write this particular program? This is just one tool that already exists. You're not doing anything different. You're really just practicing. Or what if you liked, there's a site that lets you download images from some web page. Like, why don't you do something like that too? You crawl a web page, you get all the image tags, you download those to your hard drive. There, that's it. What's fake coding? What is fake coding? What was I doing in this? This won't even open. Oh, it's... I don't know what this was about. Chances are I was trying to show you guys something on stream. I don't know. To Boolean? Yeah, I'm not too worried about that right now. Oh yeah, so Sound of Gaming, the reason why I think that's a really good way to come up with project ideas is because you're not concerned with the design or the marketability or anything like that. So whenever someone says, hey, give me a game idea to make, I'll say something like Tetris or Pong. Because if you're to make a game from scratch, then you got to worry about designing it, making sure it's fun, coming up with the features, the UI, whatever else. And in all of that, while you are learning things, you're not learning coding from those things. And if your goal is to learn coding, then just do a game that was already made. Okay, so the way we could do this, for set expected game server version, we could say destroy replays and matches. And we could have that always be set to false by default. So if true, it means that this game version is incompatible with the last version, and all replays and matches and ongoing matches should be destroyed. Well, not necessarily destroyed, ended. Maybe. Yeah, ended sounds fine. Also, hi Tolu. Boolean true. Is that really it? Oh, wow. However, this also works for the number 1, which isn't necessarily something I wanted. But it doesn't work for... Oh, it works for any string? Oh, no. This is not what I wanted. I want the string false to turn into false. So, yeah. It works for any non-empty string. Yeah, my goal here was there are some times where if I want to change this, I'll actually pass in the string false. So I'm really, the function that I wrote for this is pretty simple. It's just this. If it's a string and it's equal to true in any casing, then return true. Otherwise, it has to be a Boolean equal exactly to true. And that's it. Just pop in mostly learn. No, that's fine, Toulouse. So let me just clarify here. I'm not looking for a better solution than what I have, unless Lodash had a function built in already that does exactly what I'm doing. Otherwise, it's fine. Okay, so here's where they get tough. We need to do this probably by telling account servers to do this, really. I got to be careful about all this too. Because what we're doing is we're on the overseer right now, and we need to tell account servers to destroy everything. So whether or not we catch something there, we need to do this here now too. Return this dot tell account. Oh, whoa, no. Let's put an if there. Return this dot tell account servers to destroy replays and matches. I don't know, this could be a much more succinct function name. There. All right, see you, banana. What you're doing is fine. It's a common problem dealing with Boolean values with adjacent API. Yeah, Nadar. Welcome back, Ski Dog. Thanks for resubbing. I think I will forever look at your name and try to pronounce it the wrong way internally first, and then be like, oh right, it's Ski Dog. But aren't you glad you told me that? And it wasn't, when we meet up at some Botland convention years from now. And I'm like, hey. Not even gonna say your name the wrong way now. All right. That was the goal. Yeah. Nice. All right. So somewhere here. Oh, there's just an arbitrary REST client. Oh my God. All right. I do have a database wrapper here. Also, I don't need to tell all of the account servers to do this. I need one thing to do this. Ooh, this is not good. Who should be responsible for this? And rest.send, which would mean that, yeah. I only need one endpoint to perform this task. It could be the overseer, but I don't think it's the overseer's responsibility. So I'm nearly positive it should be an account server. So I think we just pick the first one that we have available. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's just get the very first one. We only need a single endpoint to perform this functionality. So just pick the first account server. All right. If is nil first account server. So if we have no account servers, throw new error. No account servers found to handle destroying replays and matches. If you ever see this, try calling into set expected game server version again with the current version, and yeah, no, I think it'll be obvious enough from that. Otherwise, we just do this with the first account server, and we say destroy replays and matches. Account server endpoint. All right, well, we just copy paste all this. This is going to be destroy replays URL. Destroy. Yeah, I need a more succinct name for this. I can't keep typing replays and matches everywhere. What's happening is we went from game version like 1.0.0 to 1.1.0. In the process, we invalidated our old version data, replays and matches. What do we call a function that deletes the replays and ends ongoing matches? Maybe invalidate game version? I don't know. Yeah, let's just go with that. That's fine. So destroy replays and matches. We'll rename all this. This should be fine. This that I want to rename. Invalidate game version API URL. So what we'll do is we'll just post to invalidate game version. We don't even need to send anything. We just post to this. And there, that's all. And there is no response to get. Not that I can think of. All right, now we need this function to exist on the server. Invalidate last game version. This is an incredibly destructive API. No, that was Noob that burnt his arm. Noob for lunch. It should be called when a game version is updated in such a way that the ongoing matches and the replays from that version should be deleted. For example, pretty much anything will cause this to change, right? For example, changing damage values, life values, fixing bugs that could affect the outcomes of matches, etc. should all be considered destructive changes that trigger this API. I knew it was someone pink. Yeah. Okay, so what needs to happen here is we have to truncate the whole replays table. Well, really all we have to do is this. Return this dot database wrapper dot invalidate last game version dot then rest dot send 200 dot error. Except for it's not called error, it's called catch. Rest dot send 500 error dot message or something along those lines. And probably also log the error here. Okay, so really the to-dos go into the database wrapper, and then we have one other thing. Save results of all outstanding matches as game canceled by server. And then to do, make sure to delete last, what's it called? This, defense copy ID. So in database wrapper now, we need to call into this function. Just go into any of these. What's it called? Invalidate last game version. All right. Well, this all should be done as a transaction probably, and it's going to be an incredibly, I don't know. It's going to probably take a long time to run because every single user who is in a match, we need to update their data. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Yeah, okay, this is the easy part. And this is pretty easy too. It's this part that I kind of worry about. So let's go into save game results, which is sort of where this happens. Yeah, so one of the things we do is we output something to replace. We won't be doing that, but we did save something in matches as well. Attacker ID, defender ID, time, current date. Decouple matches from replays. That's where this is going to get annoying. When updating game versions, make sure to output 2 matches. There won't be any payout details. This won't ever count as a win. It won't ever be a ranked match, but that won't matter because eventually we won't have this here anymore. Hey, 9 hellos. It's the old state of things. Man. Yeah, there's going to be a lot to do. Okay, so we'll eventually need to save matches, any ongoing ones. Yeah, truncate replays. And the ones we'll know that there are ongoing matches for is any user who has a defense copy ID set. Part of what I worry about here is what happens if we ever try pulling in more users than we have memory for here. Huh. Well, I guess I could always optimize that later. If I see the servers crashing every time I start a new game version. That'll be fun. So yeah, let's get all the contents of this function. Okay, so first, truncate the entire replays table. Is there anything, would this cause any problems? Also, how do we truncate with connects? Oh, that's easy. Removes the current table. Okay, so yield trx replays truncate. So there, that's gone. It's pretty easy. And then these things. Save results of the current matches. Yeah, we don't have that though. Not yet. We have to get to that point. And then something needs to null this out too. Where does that happen? Here. Null out the attacker's defense copy now that we're done with the game. This is what frees them up from being in the game still. Users dot update where ID not equal to null. Yeah, that's it. So then here's the last thing we have to do. I guess we can try this now. And then here we could say nulling out defense copy ID for everyone. All right, let's try it out. We'll take a look at what the database has so far. So select ID from replays. So we have a bunch of replays. Let's do select defense copy ID from users. Null, 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 null. We need to set those to something. And I'll show you guys the output of this too. So Adam3, I click attack. Now if I log in again as Adam3 and I click attack again, it's going to say you started this match 8 seconds ago because that was the first time I clicked attack and I never finished it. So now I'm stuck in this match until I finish it or until I update the game version. So that's Adam3. Now same thing with Adam4. We're going to click attack. So now it'll say null, null, and then there will be some IDs for the next two, 6 and 7. Sure. So what we need to do is we need to try updating this version and then it should say null, 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 and there should be no replays. Do you have any tips on how to center a video to have the same width as the div I put it in? CSS properties to do this. Whenever I run into these issues, I usually just look at Stack Overflow. But Caden, I think the other thing you could try is, so let's say I had this attack button and I wanted to center it here. You can always just right click, go to inspect element. I'm not assuming anything about your knowledge here. That's why I'm telling you something that might seem very basic. And then you can just try out different properties like margin, zero, like auto, align items. You can just try setting these. You could offset things. You could set any other properties. But in general, I'd use a flexbox for this. And I have this right here. So some of these properties might be helpful for you. So here's centering in CSS, a complete guide. You should probably look at that first. But there's some URLs that could help. Okay. Well, let's try this out. So we got to restart the overseer and the account server. Well, here goes nothing. What is the current version actually? Before I just start clicking buttons here. 005. We need to set it back to 05. So we'll do this. We'll send this with just false. So 200 okay. And this got updated to version 005. Looks good. In fact, if we press that a whole bunch of times, it should just keep doing that on the overseer. Yeah, great. All right, looks good. Now we set this to true, and this is when we just destroy everything. This is like nuking the whole database. Error. No account servers found to handle destroying replays and matches. That's not true. We had an endpoint here. Well... Oh, man. No, that's not good. All right, see ya, Echo. Take care. What happened here? Oh, you know what? This is probably just not an array. How does this work? Oh, it's an object. Okay. String endpoint. Interesting. So this is wrong. What does this return? Let's just take a look at what it really is. Just came back and I was thinking, you told me a couple of days ago that you save a copy of the defense when someone starts a match. You see this on the account server and you do this so you can continue the match later, even if the defender changes their defense. Instead of saving that on the account server, why not store that in the matches table? Or does matches only store unfinished matches? Where do you actually store the defense copy? The defense copy is stored in a table called defense copies, but it probably would make sense to store that in the matches table. They're similar structures. Describe defense copies and describe matches. Well, really replays, which is what's going to be matches. So yeah, there's a lot of very similar stuff here. So good thinking. Defender ID, attacker ID, the outcome, a whole bunch of other stuff. They're slightly different because there's some information that's only needed while the match needs to be carried on. EJ. Considering how you're going to store matches forever, you can kind of merge these two tables. Well, sort of. There is some data that I don't want to be around forever. Like the colors you had, that matters when you're going to carry on the attack. But once the attack is done, I don't care what colors you were. You can just purge the data when the match is over. Yeah, I guess. It's still going to take up that many bytes though. Like if I have an integer column, it's still going to take up bytes even though they'll never be used. So I think using a second, I don't know, I need to think about this more. Yeah, Skynet. Sometimes that happens. But anyway, that's a relatively large change, and I don't think that's the kind of thing I'm going to take on right now. So what we need to do is see what does this look like. It's still not going to work, but I should at least have some information print out. It's undefined right now. Wow. Okay, I guess I need to restart this, and then it should be defined. Yes, there we go. So here's what we're getting for this. There is one account server here. Oh, this makes sense. So we can't just do things this way. We just want a random one, actually. So we could do that. We only need a single endpoint to perform this, so just pick a random account server. There. Anyone in this chat know about hwid auth? Can you bypass hwid with boolean inside? What is hwid? Hardware identification. Oh, hardware ID. Yeah, Kenny boy, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Is the defense copy data related to the match data? It's similar, definitely. But it's not... I don't know. You should just take a picture of the screen right now if you want to see the schema in the future. Because, yeah, there are some similarities, definitely. There are a lot of similar columns, actually. In fact, we could put these side by side. So this is for replays, and this is for matches. Or not replays. This is for... Darn it, I got that wrong. That is for replays. This is for defense copies. So the ID column, defender ID, attacker ID, journal, computer level, defender name, I guess, which we were going to get rid of those anyway, game version, creation date. Get rid of one of those. So defense copies has whether or not the game was ranked, which is going to be needed eventually anyway. It has some color information, which is not going to be needed. It has serialized data, which is not going to be needed. Attacker bots placed, not going to be needed. Next phase of simulate. Yeah. So these are exclusive to defense copies. So there are 6 columns that when you save the match off forever, you never need to know anymore. Yeah. You're doing a job. Yeah, I'll have to think about that later. Okay, let's try this now. So I press this button. Did it work? Truncating replays, nulling out defense copy ID for everyone. I think it did work. Nope. Oh, why? Also, why did this not print anything out? I just never did. Alright, logger.info. This is highly destructive. Fine. Still busy, sorry. That's okay. So it did truncate replays. It didn't do this. This is probably just wrong. Let's take a look. I guess what I want is where not. Or how do you specify not equal to here? Well, where null, I guess I could do. Maybe that's what went wrong? Let's try that out. So wait for that thing to drop the account server. Good. And one more. Come on. There, good. We don't have a failure handler for that kind of endpoint? 3? Yeah, wow. It never says... There's nothing that happens when account servers terminate. I guess I could just hard code something for right now. Account server. It did say, yeah, removing it. We don't need any specific logic here. Just adding this so we don't hit the else below. All right, well, whatever, that's fine. Then we restart this, and then this should work. And this should have also printed out. It didn't. Okay, well, that part aside, did this part work? No, still not. What's going on then? Defense copy ID. See you, Walshy. Yeah, I'm not sure what's even wrong here. It says nulling out defense copy ID for everyone. And I select this and it's still set. So this query just has to be wrong. TRX users update defense copy ID null. Whoa, whoops. I meant we're not null. All right. Hey, HD. Thanks for the host. And hello, HD's viewers. As always, I'll just spam botland at you guys. Although, actually, I should say this. I'm going to be wiping out the database the next day or two. So it's probably not a good idea to start playing botland now. Okay, so if we restart these things, and I click this button, everything should work. Yes, got it. Hooray. Yeah, how'd the stream go? Anyone can answer that, by the way. It doesn't just have to be HD. I'm upset you didn't go with my name, Facturio. Tycoon. Who needs that in a game name? Thanks for points. No problem, Mech Gabe. But do you know what points do? So for anyone curious, I've been working on database stuff in the last really day and a half, I'd say. Originally, actually. Oh, nice. Yeah, progress is always good. What I was worried about for myself is that I wasn't making fast enough progress. And I'm still kind of worried about that. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, one of the things you can do in botland is earn money. And it used to be the case that when you failed at defending, you would lose money. But people were pretty frustrated by that. So I made it so that when you win at defending, you get money. And when you lose at defending, you lose the rate at which you'll earn money. So that's described at that link that I pasted in. In order to accommodate that, I needed to change the database around. So you can see here how this works. When you win a game, you get, well, for right now, the numbers are really low, but you get 1 bot coin. And your bonus goes up to 2. So the next time you win a game, you'll get 2. And then your bonus goes up to 3. Well, if you don't actually win the next game, then your bonus just goes down 1, but you don't lose any money. Previously, you would have lost money, but now your reward stays at just whatever it used to be. But your bonus went down, so the next time you earn it, you'll earn less. So if you lose a whole bunch of matches in a row, you'll go back to earning just 1 at a time. I was about to lose an attack against Roforia, but then Adam mentioned the database will be wiped soon. No harm in just waiting this one out. What's your ranking right now? Are you number 1 and that's why you care about this? No, you're number 4. Oh, there's a lot of status bubbles here. I wonder if Maytim's been working on this. EJ, I did play it. It's not that I won't play it. It's that I didn't want to play it anymore. Really need a way to see my bots' names before I place them? They look so similar. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I'll write that down. Alright, Adam originally going to work on UI, then he realized he needs data for his awesome UI elements. That's kind of it. How do you change your bot colors? I think at one point I opened up an API for you guys to do that, but Pawn, the colors are random. So you get any of the color schemes that you see when I click the random button, and I'm going to wipe out the database another day or 2, so you'll just get a new color scheme when that happens. And if you don't like it then too, then yeah, I could probably change it for you. Wow, still plays it? That's pretty incredible. Yeah, I'll do that, Liquidor. That'll happen either tomorrow or the next day, whenever we get done with all of this stuff. So this finally worked. So that's done. Save results. So we can't actually do this yet. Yeah, we can't do this yet. And we can't, no, oh man. Oh, this is going to be so frustrating. Yeah, the way I'm going to have to do this is when I finally decouple these database tables. Where did I write this? I'm updating. I just wrote it down somewhere. Yeah, make sure to output the matches to indicate that a match was canceled before it could be finished. Oops. And then, yeah, this. If you were in a match when a game version was released and now there's no longer a match, the user needs to be told, sorry, the game version was updated or something along those lines. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Liquidor, it's almost never ending, it seems. I wanted to get to, I think, this point by the end of the day, and I think we can still do that. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Tofu and Eclipse and Catalan. Where'd you learn to take notes that well? This is something I started at one of my professional jobs. I found that I was losing my train of thought pretty frequently. So I wrote down every single thing I was thinking. And it helped out a lot. So it especially helps for streaming when you have to context switch all the time. So if any of you ever become streamers, I highly suggest you do this. Or for development at least. For gaming, I don't think it matters as much. If you lose your train of thought, you can always just go back to the here and now of playing the game. But if you lose your train of thought when you're programming, you can sometimes forget all of what you did in the last hour. So let's write this. See the comments from the callers of this is a very destructive API and should only be run when updating game versions. Thanks, Liquidor. Catalan also has the impossible cheer icon. Well, it's a collector's edition cheer icon now. Can I get some in-game coins? I'm too noob to win. No, that's one of the things I wanted to avoid doing for alpha. Yeah, so Tofu, if you haven't already started using a synchronized note-taking program like Evernote or OneNote, I really, really suggest you get something like OneNote. Okay, thanks again, Liquidor. Oh yeah, I forgot to check these things in. Yeah. Fix minor default bug. Actually, this one might not have been so minor. I'm not sure about that. I'll just say default bugs. Rather, it was the lack of default 2 that caused these potential bugs. I'm not sure if I ever saw them manifest themselves, but there would have been an issue if I'd ever used the number 0 with these due to the construct number or default. There we go. What's this clip? I'll have to watch the clip later. So this, oh, chat messages. Yeah, chat messages aren't even in the game anymore. But they'll probably be there eventually. And then this is create chip. This probably never mattered either, actually, because it was for chip IDs. Yeah, I'm not, no, this was never a bug then. Fix. They never actually manifested themselves due to how IDs work. But they're a result of the... There. Okay, cool. So there's our commit message. Thanks again, Liquidor. Clip is entitled Watch Resentment in Real Time. Is this the one from the other day? Can I release my inner salted being in the chat then to flame others? Yeah, you can't do that in Botland right now. You can do that in the stream though. Just hey, Cucumber Owl. Oh, Danthus, thanks for subbing. Welcome. Guess that's 500 points from Liquidor. And I gotta check this in too. And then I gotta check in the overseer side of these things as well. Gotta keep it up at this. Add foundation for this. When updating game versions to one that is incompatible with the last version uploaded, we need to wipe out certain database state. This is the account server side of that process. Oh, just happened? You resent us a lot? He's not in chat. What, so there's no tab completion? You wouldn't have given him the points? And then the overseer also needs this. So modules, overseer, open. Okay, looks good. Looks good. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good. Alright. So allow for invalidating game, or what should I say here? Game server versions? Something like that. I thought these are 500 bits points. Man, Liquidor, you spent a lot. How much do you still have left? 131. Ooh, too bad. In case anyone's curious what points actually let you do. So they let you control my lights, which you see they're pink in the background right now. That's probably someone who just followed doing that. And they let you be on my lunch screen. So overall, pretty minor rewards there. When updating the game server version, the account servers can be told to wipe out ongoing matches and replay information. This is the overseer side of that process and should be complete, even though, yeah, but you got a sub? Are we at 100 yet? It's at 99. But I really don't want to push that stuff. The goal is never to get subs and bits here. It's to work on the game. So I think you guys should just be able to watch and, yeah, don't ever feel pressured. Alright. The only thing we have to do is lint this now. I think we should be good. Oh, unnecessary semicolon. Well, it's a good thing I looked. Okay, and now we're good. So the last part of that is pushing the code. I think we're done with the overseer side of things. So I think the remaining parts, well, as far as the easy parts go, what is this? Look up the database ID in the class if it doesn't exist and reach out to the database. This is canceled. Change game version in the other two tables. This is done. When done with all of this, update the overseer's version and push the code. I never updated the version. I don't know if I need to even do that. How does Ansible work for this stuff? We pull the repo and we install. Yeah, no, we don't need to do this. Unsubbing this month, that's totally fine. Hang on now. Why do I have a subscriber icon next to my name? A botnet bot tells me only sub can use Flashbang. That's a bug in Phantom Bot. Very likely it's a bug in Phantom Bot. It could also be, there's a bug on Twitch right now where your subscriber icon outlives your subscription, but I doubt it's that. It's probably just Phantom Bot. Refreshing doesn't always fix it. In fact, refreshing might never fix it. I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, we don't need to do this. We do need to push the code. That part's pretty important. Let's do that. All right, change all IDs to big int from int. Change all foreign key references to. Make sure I'm not making indexes out of everything. So these should be relatively simple. This is the monstrous task that I kind of originally set out to do. And yeah, I think we're going to take an entire other day working on this. Oh man, it just doesn't end. Well, at least we made it through a decent amount of this list today. Wipe out the database and yeah, wipe out the database again. So change all IDs to big int from int. Change all foreign key references to. Can you make an auto incrementing big int? Because there's, how does this work? Table.increments ID. Yeah, I want to make an increment that is not the right increment. Also available as a big increment. Aha, perfect. It says it's available, but I don't see it anywhere in this API documentation. Let's search their code for it. It's lowercase? Table builder. No, both of these exist. Well, let's just test it out. And yeah, the influx of viewers have come from HD stream, I think. Again, welcome everyone from there. All right. So let's try it out. Drop database botland. We'll change increments to big increments. And if that works, then awesome. And if not, then we'll figure out what it should be. Yeah, so that doesn't work, probably because I'm trying to, yep, I know it, foreign key constraints. Yeah, so these need to refer to something different at this point. If it partially created the database, then we should be able to say describe users. And we'll see that the ID, yeah, is a big int. There is one potential issue here. Big ints from MySQL don't directly map to JavaScript due to precision. So we'll hit a certain number of billions of things in the database and then it'll just stop working. And unfortunately, unless I switch to UUIDs before I launch, that's just going to happen. And it would probably be incredibly frustrating to try to fix that after launch. Let's take a look. This is unsigned, right? Yeah, unsigned. So big int can go up to this value unsigned. So that's way more items than we'd ever have for anything in the database. But where does JavaScript start losing precision? JavaScript max int. Oh yeah, that's way more than enough. I know you can do things in JavaScript like, 2e60 or something like that, and it can be saved. But if you say 2e60 plus 1, it doesn't save the plus 1 part of it. In fact, I think if you say this, it should be true. Yeah. And this is clearly not true. No number plus 1 is equal to itself. So, but anyway, that doesn't matter. What matters is that we can store this many users in the database. So we should be fine. To the 53rd, yeah. No, that's totally enough, Liquidor. I was just concerned it was about like a billion, which you could hit if people were spamming the database. I'm not saying there'd be a billion people playing Botland. I'm saying that if you wanted to, you could spam create accounts and then get it to the point where now no one can play Botland. That would be very bad. Are there any problems if you have 15 plus columns in a table? No, not unless you're doing something just inherently bad, like storing, I don't know, 15 videos in each of those columns or something. How many users do you think you're going to have? Probably give or take this many. How many times the population of Earth is this? Yeah. Okay, well then this should be pretty simple to do. We just change all of the increments for pretty much any table to big increments. And we lose basically nothing. Oh, except for this one. This one doesn't need to be changed. Yeah, we won't ever get to the point where we need billions for that. Scripts though, yes. In fact, even regular integers, what's the max number for that? Yeah, that's reachable. What? That's not what I was saying, Horforia. I was saying you got me there. Yeah, you're right. Checkmate, Horforia. Game versions. We're not gonna have a billion game versions. Okay, so that's all of that. Now every foreign key we need to go update. That makes no sense. I know, that's what I said, that makes no sense. And yet, if you take a look, JavaScript thinks that makes sense. X plus 1 equals, watch this. See? Ron John says, what is he making? I'm making a game called Botland. And EJ and Horforia both just linked in the video, or at least Horforia tried to. Oh, no, it worked. Fine. You win. Double checkmate, Horforia. It's an online game about automated robots. You write AI, you make the robots, you put them in the arena, they do battle with each other. I don't think there's, yeah. It's online right now if you want to just play it. Just go to play.bot.land. The game doesn't really teach you how to play it, so don't expect that. But yeah, I think the video is just a pretty good intro to what's going on. So I've been working on some database stuff recently. So anywhere that we have references, yeah, this needs to change. This changes from integer to, I think, big integer. Can we just write big integer, or do we have to write... Yeah, just big integer. All right, not bad. So we change this. We change this. We change this. 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 Hardware unlock. Hardware ID. Hardware ID doesn't need to be a big integer. Game version, I don't care about in a game version. Yeah, okay, so this should work. Okay, let's drop the database again and try this out. Nice. Nice. So yeah, that should be it. Are you glad you did migrations? Imagine doing all this manually. I am glad I did migrations, but this is not the reason why I'm glad I did migrations. Migrations would help me switch between versions. What I've been doing is wiping out the database and recreating it every time. So I would have just had a MySQL file that said something like create table, blah, and then column 1, column 2, column 3. I would have had just a .SQL file or something that did this, or even doing this from Connects would be fine. The migrations definitely help, but they haven't come in handy yet because I haven't ever used them. They'll come in handy once the database is a production database that I treat as a production database. Oh, definitely Horforia. Yeah, and that's why beta is going to be one of the... Where did I write this? I have something, and I don't know if I shared this out with you guys. Yeah, the beta preparation list. So must-haves, I didn't write this down yet, but a tutorial in the game, that is one of the must-haves for beta. Because if I'm going to be appealing to a larger audience, they definitely need to know how to play the game. And I don't really care about that for alpha right now. I'm not trying to appeal to a large audience. It's just people on the stream. Which way did I use migrations? So I'm using something called Connects. That is this right here. And the way that it works is actually really, really nice. I don't know if you've used anything with migrations before, but you just set up all of your different migrations files. And what it does is it just runs them in order. So your first one might say something like create table users. And your second one might say something like alter table users. I don't know what the actual SQL for this is. Add column, whatever, H. And then your third one might be like, you know what, that was a bad idea. Let's remove that. And let's add instead the, I don't know, favorite color or something like that. So when you want to start the database from scratch, it just runs all of your migrations, and by the end of it, you'll have a users table with favorite color in it. Exactly as you expect. No one uses tutorials. I think a good tutorial doesn't get in the way and still teaches you how to do what you want to do. So if you think about it, a lot of games will have a tutorial level that isn't explicitly like, hey, this is the tutorial. You'll just have an enemy in front of you. Like, think of Super Mario Brothers 1. There's a Goomba in front of you, and if you walk into it, you will die every single time. And if you jump, then hey, you learned how to jump, but the game didn't explicitly teach you that. 50 bot coins, yeah. Okay, so I think this is done. Change all foreign key references too. That is done. Let's commit that. I wonder if I should lint this file. Change IDs to big increments. I was worried that we'd hit the approximately, what, 4 billion limit on IDs with just increments. So I switched to big increments, which gives us how much exactly? Some ludicrous amount. This. Different IDs. Now, one of the big differences between this and something like a UUID is that you couldn't just randomly guess someone else's UUID. You can guess one of these because they just increment. But I don't think that's a problem because you can't do anything with that ID. Just in time for Adam to take them away from you. Okay, we can commit this. And now for this change. Make sure I'm not making indexes out of all foreign keys unless I'm actually looking up using those indexes. And no pawn, I didn't that. I'll write it down. There are a bunch of little changes that I can make, and that's one of those changes that I should make. Like this. This I should just fix. What is this? Well, that should eventually happen. Change to CamSense. Stop starting up so many game servers in a single-threaded machine. Yeah, this is another thing I should change before I upload it again. Yeah, I think the goal is probably going to be have Botland online on Wednesday in the new version. Because I have another hour and a half or so today that I'm going to be working on this, but I don't think we're going to be able to get through the rest of these tasks, and I don't think I'm going to do them in like an hour tomorrow. I think this is pretty major. Hit 4 billion IDs, how? So every single time you make a script, even if you don't save it, it increments the ID. So each player may make, I don't know, 10 on average. So that 4 billion now turns into 400 million. If there's, anyway. What I was worried about is people spamming the database. Not that there'd be 400 million users. If there's 400 million users, then yeah, we can definitely afford to do things differently. But I meant if people just make scripts, throw them away, create them again. Someone already wrote a script to do a denial of service attack on Botland. And it was pretty effective, so we gotta fix that too. No, 4 billion users I don't think would be an issue. Like, I don't think anyone has that problem, right? There are probably a lot of services out there that have more accounts than there are people who use the service. In fact, even Botland is like that. There are, 285 accounts, but there's probably only like 240 people playing it. So that factor for Botland is only, 20% or something? But for other companies, maybe they have bigger spam attacks on them, and anyway, that's what my logic was for that. And yeah, I just get Amazon gift cards as well. What do I think about Atom, the text editor? I like it. I just didn't spend enough time trying to switch to it. I tried on stream at one point, and I never got projects, and I never got some of the plugins I wanted. And there are some things about Atom that they're just different. One such thing is when you go to close. Why is it not loading? There we go. When you have a document and you try to close it, this dialog, you can't press Alt-N. You have to hit down enter. That's frustrating. I want to press Alt-N. In every other, hi, try to save, you press Alt-N. It says don't save. That's great. But for some reason, they don't have any shortcuts on that dialog other than down enter. How are people handling such big numbers if they'd be over 4 billion IDs in a system? Not on this game, but generally. They allocate more space. That's the only thing you can do. 4 billion IDs, the reason that number 4 billion comes up is because that's roughly 2 to the 32nd. And 32, 2 to the 32nd, 32 bits is 4 bytes. So if you want more than 4 billion of something, the only way to keep track of them is with more than 4 bits. Or, sorry, more than 4 bytes. Obviously more than 4 bits as well. Can I make some scripts to test them? Yeah, sure you can. Sorry. But please, one very important thing to keep in mind. Don't make any rogue scripts and then leave your computer. If you're testing anything related to Botland stability or security, I don't mind if you warn me first and you stay present. I've had a couple of people who tested some things in the past and then were not present for me to tell them to stop testing that thing. So bad things started happening for bot land. How long have you been coding for? I haven't answered that question, that guy am, but I do have the Adam's code journey thing. And I think you're looking for this sound of gaming. Hey, Cos. There was, so talking about this Valentine's Day thing, let me show you something. Where is this? Hang on, I want to find this for you guys. Yeah, someone made a script that laid landmines like this. Who was this? Whoever it was, their name started with OMG because I have it saved as OMG's LOL script. So you can make hearts out of landmines if you want. Okay, so let's take a look. Defense copies. When do we ever look up defense copies? By ID. And that's it, apparently. Oh, and by attacker. Wait, what? Attacker ID. Yeah, by attacker ID, but never by defender ID. So that's just a big mistake. Yep. Okay, so this should not be an index. Can you just not make it an index? That's probably fine, right? Oh, Botland is online right now, Sorty, if you want to try it out. Okay, the other thing is, I don't think there's a need to test things that have already been tested before. Botland is already susceptible to denial of service attacks. And I know the way I've got to fix this. I just haven't fixed it yet. So I'd appreciate it if you didn't make me have to go through the logs banning all your IP addresses. Very large files. Oh, I know, Ron John. I think people love commenting on that. But in general, it hasn't been a downside too much for me. And it is something I want to fix eventually. Just not a big priority. Okay, that did work. So we just need to look through all the rest of these. All right, attacker ID we do look up on. What about this? Scripts. We probably do this. Yeah, where user ID equals user ID. Yeah. Okay. All right, next up. So we've gone through 1, 2. Yeah, we've gone through 2 of the 11 things that we need to go through. So now replays. Defender ID. ID. Defender ID. ID. Defender ID. Yeah, I think that's it. So I don't think we need to index on attacker ID. This is a little bit questionable because maybe in the future I want you to be able to find the replays where you attacked somebody, but for right now I don't think that's necessary. Man, I don't know about this. You guys have asked before, hey, can we watch our own attack replays? And I said no, but there's no real reason why you wouldn't be able to. If you go to play.bot.land and you sign in, okay, I can see who beat me and who lost. We can see that pawn clearly lost here. This is a losing attack. Just want you all to know that pawn is a loser. Yes, perfect. And he's clearly doing some very smart movement patterns here. See, I can say this about pawn because he is twice as snarky in my stream as I'm being right now to him. Yeah, well, anyway, there's no way for me to go and... Oh, yeah, I was attacking Upfixator. Drat, I was attacking Upfixator. I can't actually... Oh, yes, I can. I have an EMP bot, don't I? Yeah, this one. It wasn't made in the best possible way, that's for sure. We could change it a bit, though. We could copy this thing's script. We can make a new bot here. Let's give it some different pieces. This is all going to go away eventually anyway. Let's give it laser... Oh, wait. Does he have reflect? No, he has shield. Okay, that doesn't matter then. So we'll give it lasers, and we'll give it EMP, and we'll give it armor. Perfect. Maybe a subplace. Wrote an email at Adam asking if they can implement the Alt-N shortcut. Oh, man. Thank you. That's not the only thing stopping me from using it. I am pretty happy with Sublime right now, but I do appreciate that. That's nice of you. Okay, we're going to kill Avixator. So if can zap, don't care about that. EMPing melee is pretty important. If will lasers hit, fire lasers. If percent chance 80, fire lasers left. And then we'll, for the rest of this script, just do figure it out. So here's our entire script. We have a 20% chance to use EMP on melee. And then we know that he's got cloaking, so we're going to try to counter it that way. So let us put our bots down over here. And we'll try this out. It's the perfect strategy. Alright, not bad. Not bad. I killed a bunch of them. We just got to keep this strategy up. He doesn't have any regeneration, thankfully. So any damage I do is permanent damage. Alright, one bot down. Two bots down. Go lasers. Yes. Alright, cool. That's it. That is the game. Yeah, so there's no way for me to watch that replay though, other than like right when it happened. I could try to watch it, although this dialogue is blocking it. But yeah. Snaps and saved this build, thanks. It's pretty funny. Okay, where was I looking at? Replays are never fetched by attackers. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. But there's no reason I don't eventually make that the case. But for right now, I'm going to get rid of it. Okay. So let's take a look at what else we have here. So bot base, no, we definitely use that. Matches is indexed on attacker ID right now. This is probably going to change. I'm going to need to write this down. Make sure we're indexing on matches on the new decoupled tables in whatever way we're searching for them. What can I invest my one gift in? Here's points help. And you actually have more than 1 point, very likely. Yeah, you have 19. So you can't do anything until you get to 25, which would be another hour from now. But yeah, you can always type buy lights. You'll get a link. You can click these buttons. Actually, you know what I could do? Let me turn off all the lights that aren't colored. There. So now all of the lights in my room can be controlled. So now if you wanted to make it very blue, you could. But I'll set it back to normal. To add the dialogue shortcut issue, they need to update. Oh. Okay. Well, that's some good research. 100 more days to be here. Yeah. Maybe. All right. So we just have an index there. What else? Users are indexed on name and def estimated skill. The skill part makes sense. At indexing on name, why did I do that? And why didn't I index on email address as well? Because you could sign in with either one of them. I don't want the users table to have like a million indexes though. And oh, it actually doesn't. It only has two. Okay, well we probably need to index on email address as well. Do I expect people to sign in with their email address or their username more often? I guess this is the kind of thing I should just keep an eye on instead of just making an index. I'll write it down on a later to-do list. I'm indexing on usernames for quick lookup, but you can also sign in with your email address, which I'm not indexing on. I should look into how many people log in with names versus email addresses. Oops. There we go. Yeah, I pwned turkeys. Usernames are way better for video games. Yeah, but you have both in Botland, so nothing's stopping you from logging in with one over the other. Your highlights are good. I think you're one of the few people who's watched them without me linking to them. I'm glad you like them though. Well, anyway, you guys have the options to log in with either one here, so I think that's fine. I think the rest of these indexes are okay. Sorry for making your room shine. I don't know what I was doing. That's totally fine. Hey, Hydra. All right, so remove unused indexes. I only had them there to begin with because I thought they were necessary in connect/MySQL for some reason. They're not, so I got rid of the ones that weren't being used for existing queries. Yeah, there. And that completes the easy part of the to-do list. Now we're at the part that Liquidor wanted me to do originally. Decouple matches from replays. Well, I do want to do this. I do have another hour or so of the stream left because I've been online for 6 hours and 54 minutes. However, I am going to take a small break just to use the bathroom and get a drink. So I will be back in less than 3 minutes. All right, thanks for your patience. Hey, noob. Noob, people were asking about your arm earlier because I got you confused with somebody else, I think. They want to know if the burns have healed. So matches now stays around forever, or at least practically forever. Stop purging matches. Instead of purging matches, purge replays. Well, updating this schema isn't so bad. I got rid of names. Like we could do this in stages. So for example, I had defender name and attacker name here. I could wait, why is it even needed? No, that's from replays. Uh, yeah, replays is just going to be coming for journals. I should create a BRB bathroom too. I should really just automatically give that to all of the subscribers, but I haven't set something like that up yet. It's calling me hacker man already. All right, see ya. See ya, gaming make. And see you too, Ramy. It'll take a while probably. Oh man. So we had attacker ID, defender ID, and time. Now we want attacker ID, defender ID, this starting skill, the amount that they change by. We should also put this in a different order. Computer level, game version ID, foreign key into game versions, time of fetching defense, time of finishing game, replay ID, match result. I think this is just outcome. Yeah. Was fetched by defender, bot coiner. Yeah, okay. I think this still makes sense. I just want to make sure that none of my assumptions had changed. And then replays is just an ID in a journal. Okay, let's do it. Not going to be easy, but we are going to have to do it. So replays only contain journal information because of how large the journals can get. All right, so big increments ID, yeah, sure, let's stick with that. And then the journal, that's it. That's all we're gonna have. So we just take that and we're done. That's the table. Noob, that's exactly the kind of joke that's gonna be up there with the whole C# joke of jokes that were funny maybe the first time and then never again. The matches table is separate from replays despite that they contain similar data because this table represents just the fact that a ranked match occurs. We use this table to make sure that you're not able to attack the same person multiple times. Wrong, 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 wrong. Now, matches, this table consists of completed games. Entries in this table will stay around for quite some time for the sake of metrics collection. We need that whole composite index that I was talking about too. Did I write that down? Also, what is on my clipboard right now? Yeah. Man, I don't know if I did write this down. We need to know how many games you played in the last X amount of time, and this can get large. Searching for replays, though. How did I want to do that? I know I spent some time thinking about this. I just don't remember what conclusions I came to. Add a composite index on user ID, comma, time of finishing game. How do I want to fetch replays? When looking up replays, I now need to go through the matches table. Just didn't say how. Yeah, what? Okay. So replays are owned by a particular user. I know the owner based on the matches table. So I could say something like, give me the last 500 matches that this player played, and then fetch the ones whose replays still exist. And if over the last 500 matches we can't, yeah, this should probably be pretty reasonable. Yeah. The best, this is at least a good starting strategy, maybe. Yeah. Atham, you looked at Nick's new factory game he's working on. Looks super nice so far. Yeah, new for lunch. Yeah, I've seen it. I haven't actually spent a lot of time looking at it. If you ever see me host someone, I usually duck out after about like 5 or 10 minutes, because by that point I've been on a computer for 8 hours. And if I ever just drop into a stream, I try to just lurk. So yeah, I've seen a little bit. Okay. At least I've got some strategies for dealing with this. Okay, so we got to get practically all of this into this table. And let's follow this way of doing things. So we have ID. There it is. Cool. We're done with that. Attacker ID and defender ID. Yeah, this is no longer an index though. I think we want to index on both of these. And to be honest, I don't know why this is written this way. Has FTP integration and directly syncs my files. Yeah, I think that can be helpful. You could also, if you wanted to, write a tool to do something like that. I don't usually need to sync things over FTP, and FileZilla kind of handles that for me. But yeah, I think this is what's great about all the editors nowadays, is they're so customizable that whatever it is you in particular need for something, you can usually find a plugin. Hey, I have a question for you guys. Given the preference, on average, do you prefer your drinking? How do you prefer I just want these three options. I was just curious what people think about this. Yeah. So I'm not talking about tea or coffee or anything like that. I'm talking about just water that you drink. So like I have a bottle on my desk. I drink from this bottle. Do you prefer it to be cold, room temperature, or hot? I was curious about this because I have a feeling that people in America prefer it to be colder than people outside of America. But I'm not sure how true that is. Like I've learned from my wife that not many Indian people seem to like cold drinking water. Actually, that seemed to be about true. And I think very few people would ever say on average that they like it hot. I think there are definitely times when you're sick or something like that that you want it hot. Ice cold, yeah. I think that's what I want too. Is like ice cold water. And no cucumber owl. Lasers and missiles are instantaneous, and artillery has time, but there's no way for you to tell whether it's going to hit you. Okay, interesting. Cold for Germany, same for me. Okay. Well, thanks for answering that. I was just wondering. All right, attack initial skill, defense initial skill. So we have attacker ID and defender ID. We don't need these here. These should go above. Cool. Computer level, already there. Game version ID. Time of fetching defense. Time of finishing game. Yeah. Replay ID. Uh-oh. What happened with that? What happened with the game version? I mean, I see it right here, but I thought I just... Okay, well, it doesn't matter if we just move this down. That's fine. Then replay ID. So this is going to be replay ID, unsigned, not nullable. Cool. Outcome was fetched by defender. And then there are two more, attack and defense bot coin earned. I don't think that should be unsigned, even though I wrote earned there. Because if I ever do change it to being able to lose money, then I want that to be negative, and I doubt it'll ever be like a billion bot coin lost or earned, so making it signed is totally fine. So we just need to add these in now. Attack bot coin earned and defense bot coin earned. And we could have defaults here. Default is 0. And then, do I want to put these up here now? Yeah, probably. All right. Yeah, like Fedora. That's why debugging can help. Why are some of the tables online and some not? Oh, the ones that if I joined everything would be pretty long. I tried to put them on many lines. Although, granted, really all of these are pretty short. Like this, if I join them all, this goes way beyond the scroll bar. So that I don't mind. But yeah, these can be joined again. There. Now we just search for spaces. Except for because I use spaces instead of tabs. This process is tedious. I could have changed that. There. Okay, so that's the whole table. And then the replays table, where is replays? Here is already set up. So then we just need to set up the foreign keys for this. We have one for game version and we have one for replay ID. So replays does not need this. It's now matches that needs this. And also replay ID references ID in replays. makes sense. So how do we do composite indexes? Columns. Adds an index to a table over the given columns. A default index name using the columns is used. So I think I just do this. Go back to matches. Well, I could do this once it's set up. Table dot index. Columns are going to be user ID, not user ID. Oh darn it! How are we going to do this? Defender ID, defender ID, and then time of finishing game. And the index is going to be called defender and time index. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Okay. Yeah. So this is all done. The schemas are done at least. That's the easy part. So let's go try creating this. It should be pretty much fine. I don't expect there to be a problem with this unless I messed up a foreign key or something. I did mess up a foreign key. Alright, why did this? Cannot add foreign key constraint. Let's use good old show engine inodb status. This is what good old EJ taught us about. So there's a foreign key problem. Here it is. Cannot find an index in the reference table where the reference columns appear as the first columns. What? Hold on a second. Oh, is it a big integer? Is that why? Yes, it is. But that just means this has to change, right? Okay, let's try that. Hey, Casper. Welcome back. And hey, Arkowitz. Oh, actually, that was a follow. Never mind. Hey, it worked. Cool. Pat myself on the back. So stop purging matches. Yeah, this is the whole let's use the new tables now. And setting up the tables was the simple part. So where do we start? Maybe we just try running the game. It's not going to work. But we try running the game and just see what happens. This is probably a bad idea. Because almost no matter what, we're going to run into a problem here. Oops, not played up out that land. So we connect. We already got an error. Yeah, couldn't fetch battle log. Yep, because none of those columns exist anymore. So how about this? Form a list of places that need to change that referenced. Man, I look like a pumpkin. Maybe I should turn on those other lights again now. Halloween, Adam. That reference replays or matches. And then go through all of those references and update them. Did you miss the DB redesign? It's not over yet. It's never over. We're just never going to finish this. So how many of these do we have? 7. And how many of these do we have? 6. Yeah. Well, that's it. So we have 13 references. We just need to go fix them all. Let's rename them to something else. Let's rename them to old replays, and let's rename matches to old matches. This is, by the way, I like to give you guys tips sometimes if I think it's something not obvious. And this is something that it's not groundbreaking, but I had a bunch of references. So let's say this is my code. I've got something like dot 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 replays, dot 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 matches, dot 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 replays, dot 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 matches. So there's a bunch of these occurrences of these in here. And what I'm doing is I'm essentially swapping the two. So if I were to go through just line by line and change them, I would change this one to matches, and I go through and I change this one to replays, and then I'd get sidetracked by the stream, and I'd come back and be like, did I change this one already or not? So that's why I think it's a good idea to do what I just did here, which is just change all of these to like old matches and old replays. And now, instead of doing a swap, you're doing a translation of old replays turns into matches and old matches turns into replays. So just consider that if you haven't already. Again, free technique. Am I still going to be storing weapon loadouts as semicolon separated values? Yeah, I am. Yeah. At least for now. Forbidden question. Okay, so let's search for old replays. Actually, old matches is probably the easier one to do. It doesn't matter. Let's start with old replay. Okay, so this actually is correct. We do want to truncate the replays table because all of these are going to be invalidated. So sounds good. That one's done. Let's move on. We have 6 more matches left. So this is when we save a game. We've got to put the journal into the replays table, and we've got to know what ID we got out of there. Wow. Yeah, this will be interesting. I feel like while you're working on all this, you should normalize your DB at the same time. Yeah, I generally agree with that, Casper, and I did normalize some parts of it, but I think normalizing all of it is not necessarily something worth doing now. There will certainly, between now and release, be at least one more database wipe. There will probably be many of them, but there will be at least one, and if I ever feel like doing this, I could throw it into that change set. But yeah, maybe I should consider that. So out of curiosity, Casper, if you don't mind, how would you end up doing this? Because, I mean, you know how hardware in Botland works. You've got something like lasers level 1 and cloaking level 3 and whatever, melee level 3. But you could have something like lasers level 1, missiles level 1, cloaking level 1, artillery level 1. So how would you end up normalizing this? Because I guess the way I would think of it is you have a blueprint and it has ID and it has like hardware config right now, and you need to change it to blueprint ID and then hardware ID, and then you'd have hardware configs, and this would have an ID, foreign key into hardware configs. And then I don't know how this would work, because this could be anywhere between 0 and 7 items. So I am just curious about that. I had a feeling this would be pumpkin related. You didn't even need to change the color of anything. Thanks, Key Doc. Well, anyway, I am curious about that because I might want to do that eventually. All right, so here this is going to change to replays. We just need the journal. Replay ID equals DB resp 0. Many-to-many relationship, but I'm not sure what you guys are talking about now. Yeah, that's essentially it. I was just curious. Yeah, so in general, if I have an inventory, a hardware config, that can have 0 to 7 items in it, how would I store that in MySQL? Yeah, a many-to-many relationship, I guess. I don't know your table names and all that very well, but you basically just have a hardware table, a blueprint or whatever, and then have what I call a bridge table. They go by different names in between. Wait. I think I see what you're saying. Oh, I think I need, in general, and hey, fatality, this would be there'd be something like a hardware config table, and this could just have 0 to 7 rows in it represent the 0 to 7 items. So I'd have something like item ID and level, and then the hardware ID or something like that. Yeah, I guess it would just be that. But then what I wonder about is how well does the database pull this stuff in? Hey, Fleet Fox, users roles in a user roles table to relate them. I mean, sure, I'm talking more like a layer beneath that. Like, what would it look like exactly? In your case, you can even just have a reference table if you want and go that route, where you store IDs and have API turn those into the names. Yeah, and I would probably just have it store IDs, and that way these could just be numbers. Yeah, I do wonder about this. But yeah, I'll have to think about it some more, because maybe that's something I could do, and then just push back the next version that I release. Oh, that'll be a fun day. Okay, so this isn't going to be here now. We're actually going to save to 2 different tables. So old replays, we're going to save to matches, and we're going to have all of this other stuff here. Oh, Casper, you don't need to spend the time doing that. I can look this up and research it myself. I didn't know if it'd be just an easy answer. Is there any way of testing my bots without any AI attackers? Just to test movement? No, not right now, Cucumber L. Yeah, eventually you'll be able to put down your own attack, and that's how you'll end up testing it, but you can't do that right now. Am I standing up? Yeah, I am. Okay, so we just need to populate all these. Attacker and defender. So attacker and defender, done. No need for names. Then we need attack initial skill and the skill deltas. So initial skill, skill deltas. Cool. Then we need the amount of bot coin earned for each of them. This is going to be a little bit tedious. I know we have these values somewhere. But we want to know just how much they earn for this particular thing. Bot coin payout for attacker. This starts out as 0 and then gets set. But where is this used? Oh, in bot coin payout. So attack bot coin earned is this. Defense bot coin earned is not set anywhere yet. But that could just be put there. Yeah, we can do that. So amount earned just gets changed to this. So clamp the bonus between the 0 and the maximum amount you can earn. Yeah, sounds good. So I put this down here. Cool, what's up next? Computer level, we already have. Good. Time of fetching and time of finishing, that's here. Game version, good. Replay ID. Outcome. And was fetched by defender, which I think defaults to false, so we don't need to do anything there. Yeah, it does. Okay, there it is. Not bad. We are slowly making it through this, so let's keep looking for old replays. So if ID to delete exists, look in replays, and delete that. This won't work. We need the whole, this is a foreign key, but we need an on delete action. References in table, on delete, connects.raw, set null. I'm pretty sure that's what we do. We're gonna have to test this. Make sure deleting a replay will null out the corresponding match. Why are you deleting? These are replays, not matches. Replays are the very large columns. Those we still always needed to delete. So in the case that you've saved too many replays, we are going to get rid of them. Matches are not going to get deleted except for maybe, you know, like after a year of data is collected or something, or 2 years, or who knows what. That's fine. Alright, only ranked matches get saved. We're not going to do this yet. Keep looking through old replays. Mark replays as old. Okay, this is still the same. No, this is not. Was fetched by defender. Oh, maybe this should be in the replay table. Hey, Infinity. It is JavaScript. Why are you deleting now? What's in the ID to delete variable? So here's what the logic is. When you save a match, you generate a new replay. If you already have max num replays allowed, then we have to delete one. A function figures out which one. Right now it's just chronological. And then that's set to ID to delete. So yeah. Okay, I think there's one other tiny thing that we need to change here, which is the whole was fetched. I think this needs to go into the replays table. Yeah. Yeah, that happens there, yeah. I do wonder whether I did this slightly wrong. So this has was fetched by defender. This is the matches table. Matches has was fetched by defender. But I think that needs to be in the replays table. So what that does is when I log in, so if I go to play.bot.land, hopefully this shows up. No, it doesn't. But if there was one that I hadn't looked at before, it would say new next to it. So that I'd see, oh wow, 3 things happened since I logged in last. And that is what was fetched by defender controls. But I wonder if that should be in matches, or if it should be in the data that eventually gets deleted. Probably just put it in the matches still. How have I learned this? I think I'll keep it in matches, yeah. So when we want to mark a replay old, we're really marking matches old? I don't know how this is going to happen. What do you think about this? This server tells you, hey, I just got... No, it's got to be for replays. Yeah, it's got to be for replays. I can't see it working this way. Move was fetched by defender. If you ever have a replay get deleted for a match that you never had a chance to see, e.g. because you were offline, then it's possible that was fetched by defender will always be false in the matches table. That's why I think it makes sense to move it to the replays table. another idea. Set an ID flag datetime on the user that indicates which matches are old since your last login. Or does this happen? You log in, see new matches, do nothing, re-log in, see the still same as new. No, when you log in, it marks all of the ones you had seen as old. If match created, it's greater than the user.last login. Now, how am I doing this right now? Because, yeah, maybe that is a good idea. Let me take a look. So you log in for the first time. You call fetch battle log. It gets replay brief information, which contains whether or not this thing is new, I believe. Oh, we just get all of your replays. And the replay itself knows whether it was viewed or not. And then over here, we say fetch battle log. And how does this work? What calls this function? Oh, and get battle log. So as soon as we return these, we mark them as old. Okay. No fetch field needed. I see what you're saying. So you, okay, I see. Stream dead. Let me think about this. You log in. The only issue is if there's some other error that prevents you. Well, then I guess get battle log would have that same problem. Yeah, this is probably a better idea. No, wait, is it? Oh, I don't know. Was fetched. This is done as soon as you get your battle log, so it's not necessarily whether you watched it. Then yeah, I think you're right, Liquidor. I think this is probably a better idea. All right, see you, Simple. Take care. Yeah, I think I want to do this. So yeah, time of finishing game. If you finished it, if it was finished before your last login. Wait, no, that's not. No, that won't work. Are you updating a lot of matches when the user logs in anyway? So might as well just be on the user. It's at the same point. No, I don't think I can do this because you may be logged in. Oh, but I guess it doesn't count as a new login. I'm hesitant to change this. I feel like this should be done in a different commit at the very least. And then I just leave this as is for now. Or maybe I get rid of it now and see if I want it again later. Where is this done on the client? Here it is. Mark replay old. Well, yeah, the issue is getting all this stuff to work together. I think it's a good idea though. Fedora's idea is probably better for this. But then if I get the battle log again, it would tell me that they're new. A time marker on the user when they last fetched the battle log. Yeah. Here's the issue that I'm a little bit worried about. So right now, the server sends you a flag saying whether they've already sent it, essentially. That particular replay. I think I might need to save this for a little bit later. Like, whether or not this is a good idea, I think I need to be more coherent when I consider. Like Fedora's idea may be better than this. Alternatively, consider what Freak Technic said about saving a last time fetching log column in the user table. Yeah, Spurman, that's been there for a couple of days. I was actually just thinking I should probably join one of the communities, right? Yeah, I can set a community. There is a game development one. God, I can't even read the community description. What a silly UI this is. Let me show you. I can't even show you, can I? Hang on. So this is what I'm seeing for the UI here. Oh, now I can scroll down. Okay. Broadcast content generally aimed at developing video games. That usually means work directly aimed at creating a game. It could also be tutorial content, examples, programming, game design, level design, yeah. Moderators, Lost Thing, game dev company, Quasi, Starlight Skies. I didn't know communities had moderators. I wonder how they moderate you. But there's also game developers. That doesn't have moderators. I'm so confused about which one. I guess I'll just join this update. Wow, there are 28 people hosting me right now. Pretty crazy. Got distracted, but here's a basic example if it helps. I had issues with Lucid Chart. I was unable to change this, but hardware, blueprints, hardware would be a 0 to 1 or many, not 1 to many. Okay. So blueprints has blueprints hardware. And then name description deleted. Okay. Well, thank you, Casper. The mods are Twitch mods, I believe, not random newbies. No, the people there were just, I mean, they weren't newbies, I guess, but those people weren't Twitch moderators, I think. They stop you streaming? It falls back to the creator of the community? Man, I have not looked into communities at all. I just added this community, but now I guess I'll write on my to-do list, look into how communities even work. Because I have not looked into any of this. So in Blueprints hardware, you just store IDs. Yeah, I'll have to test this out at some point. Hmm. So I guess I will put this on matches for now still, and I'll refactor this in a later time. Oh, I see. Oh, I got it. Extreme beam. Yeah, that's the part that confused me. Oh yeah, thanks, Casper. Yeah, a lot of people have actually been helping me out a lot, really, since day one on the stream. But yeah, I definitely appreciate this stuff because this is something where I haven't really done this too much, and I'm definitely learning how it works. And I have the database and everything, but sometimes I don't know what's best for performance. Okay, move was fetched by defender. We'll save that for later. So we still have to look through all of these. And the last one I had left with was this. This is now in matches. So mark replays is old is called from here. We get the IDs of all of the replays. And we mark those as old. But now it'd be the IDs of all of the matches and mark those as old. Yeah, I think this is not something I can really start doing right now. Yeah, I just don't see this going well. Let's try to fix some things on the client maybe. If no, but I can't do that because I just wiped out the. Hi, Chris. Yeah, I'm working on the database. The problem is, so I only wanted to be streaming for another 15 minutes anyway. I don't think 15 minutes is long enough to get this done, and I don't know if I want to start something new. Yeah, that'll probably just be it then, I think. Because I have a bunch of notes I got to file anyway. That'll take me at least 15 minutes. So even though I'm not streaming for that long, I'm still doing work for that long. Just delete all replays after 30 minutes. Too bad, you didn't get there in time. Alright. It has been a long time since I hosted Chronic Sauce. Why'd you end up going with a relational database over MySQL or NoSQL when you first made the database? Originally, I was using MongoDB for the prototype of this, but I didn't like it, and I felt like my data was relational. And I think if your data is relational, use a relational database. So, all right. Well, anyone who's on Botland, who is one person apparently, that one person may actually be me. Yeah, it is. So never mind. But I am going to be shutting it down. So just FYI. So thank you guys for watching. Like I said, I'm cutting the stream about like 13 minutes short out of 8 hours, so it's not too bad. But I'll leave you guys with Chronic Sauce. I'll be back online tomorrow. We'll be working on database stuff again. And hopefully we can get most of it done so that on Wednesday I can put a new version of Botland online. But thanks for watching. Thanks for the subs today. It's been fun. Take care.